do exist.
You're on air, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Sorry, we're a little bit late getting started this evening, everyone. We had back-to-back work session and then executive session. Sorry, we're a little bit late getting started this evening, everyone. Sorry. I called the 2000 work session and then Milwaukee City Council to order. This meeting is being conducted by video conference. The public has been invited to watch the meeting on the city's YouTube channel, Comcast Cable Channel 30 and City Limits, or by logging into the Zoom video conference as an attendee. The public may submit comments in writing by email to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. There will be opportunities for the public to give oral testimony during today's meeting. When it is time to take public comment, staff will monitor the email inbox, the Zoom participant list, and the Zoom chat to see if anyone would like to speak. We will take comments in the order that they are received and seen. Spanish translation services are available upon request. The public is asked to request translation and other meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. Contamos con servicio de traducción al español cuando sea solicitado. Se pide al público que solicite servicios de traducción y otros servicios de accesibilidad para reuniones por lo menos 48 horas antes de la reunión. Translation services are also available in other languages. The public is asked to request translation and other meeting accessibility services at least 48 hours before the meeting. If members of the public become disruptive, we will mute and remove them from the video conference. If that fails to stop the disruptions, we will recess the meeting and return within 5 minutes. If we are unable to continue, council will briefly meet off air to move unfinished business to the next city council agenda. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The city of Milwaukee respectfully acknowledges our community is located on the ancestral homeland of the Clackamas people. In 1855, the surviving members of the Clackamas signed the Willamette Valley Treaty, also known as the Kalapuya, etc. Treaty, with the federal government in good faith. We offer our respect and gratitude to the indigenous people of this land. All right, the announcements for this evening. The city's Public Works Department is taking storm debris for free from Milwaukee residents. The debris can be dropped off at the Public Works facility located at 6101 Southeast Johnson Creek Boulevard.
Sorry.
A sec. My screen just went away.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Be sure to bring along a utility bill for proof of residency. Debris can be dropped off Monday through Sunday from 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., but the schedule is subject to change. For questions or more information, please reach out to the Public Works Department at the contact information listed. Join a virtual discussion with Councilor Lisa Beatty, State Representative Karin Power, former Mayor and State Representative Carolyn Tomei, 2017 Volunteer of the Year Lisa Gunyon-Rinker, and Cheryl Wampler from the Raging Grannies, tomorrow evening at 6:30 p.m. This Leading Library lecture series, called Women's History, will explore community involvement and what makes Milwaukee a special place. There are a variety of ways to watch and participate in discussions, so visit the city's calendar at milwaukeeoregon.gov to learn more. The Community Network and Breakside Brewery are teaming up to hold a toiletry drive for our community members in need. Items can be dropped off at Breakside Brewery, located at 5821 Southeast International Way, until Tuesday, March 11th. The Community Network and Breakside Brewery are also hosting a social services fair on Saturday, March 13th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Items donated during the toiletry drive will be distributed at the fair, along with many other resources, including food, clothing, and other resources. Lastly, the Leading Library is beginning a new teen graphic novel group and will hold their first discussion on Tuesday, March 16th at 4 p.m. Contact Jamie McNeely at the email listed for additional details and the Zoom invitation. For more information about each of these events and others, please visit the city's homepage, where you will find the city calendar at milwaukeeoregon.gov. If you don't have access to the internet, please call the city's general number at 503-786-7555, and staff will provide you with the information you need or connect you with someone who can help. Council, anybody else? Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think Scott had another slide that he could put up. I just wanted to make sure people knew that yesterday was kind of a grassroots day of mourning, National Day of Mourning for COVID victims. And there's a program called the Floral Heart program, where people design these large floral hearts, and we had a florist and artist in our city, in our Ardenwald neighborhood, Donna Smith, who did this lovely one in front of City Hall, and she did another one that was also placed in Pioneer Square. There are several in Pioneer Square. It's remembrance for the 500,000 people who have lost their lives in the last year. And there are, I think on Donna's, there's a little box there you see, and there are little tags. So she put tags with names and notes about personal people in her life that she lost, and there are tags there where you can write in something about someone you lost as a way of remembering. This will be up until Friday, and I just wanted people to know about that. And if I had known about this earlier, I would have probably tried to do a proclamation, but given the time frame, I didn't have time to do that. But I really wanted people to be aware of this, and it's really been quite a year, as we all know.
Anybody else? Any other councilors have anything? No? Okay. Our first item tonight is Women's History Month. It's a proclamation. The Milwaukee Historical Society, Linda Carr, will be presenting. I think she's brought friends as well. So.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mayor, councilors, and city staff for letting Milwaukee Historical Society owners and operators of Milwaukee Museum, 3737 Southeast Adams Street, present for Women's History Month the proclamation this evening. March is Women's History Month. It is a month to reflect on the contributions women do for our community, past and present. We have been fortunate here in Milwaukee to have many outstanding women in our past who helped form this wonderful city, including, but not limited to, Florence Olson Letting, Nell Martin, Annie Ross Roberts, Mayor Joy Bell Burgess, and Maggie Johnson. We also have women now in the present who contribute work and volunteer time to continue to make this city a vibrant entity. Tomorrow evening, Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021, the next installment of the Letting Library Lecture Series, hosted by Milwaukee Historical Society, City of Milwaukee, Letting Library, Willamette Falls Studio, and Facebook group Milwaukee Chit Chat, will highlight 5 of these women in a women's conversation about community. Tonight, one of these women, Cheryl Wampler, will present a brief introduction to the Raging Grannies. Cheryl lives here in Milwaukee and was a grand granny for the Raging Grannies in 2019. Cheryl, you're up.
Okay. So I'm Cheryl Wampler, and I'm a member of the Raging Grannies. Like Linda said, Linda thought that she might talk me into singing or doing something like that, but there's only 3 of us grannies that live in Milwaukee, and we're hoping that will grow. And I've brought along one other granny that will speak in just a minute, but I wanted to tell you about the organization. We're an international social activist group that began in Canada in 1987. We support peace, social justice, racial justice, LGBTQ rights, human rights, and environmental protection. And we do that through song and sometimes dance. Aging women often disappear into the woodwork, and they're often ignored and their voices are lost. One of our chants that I'm really fond of is, I don't know what you've been told. We get bold as we get old. And Raging Grannies are an organization of women age 50 and over, comprised of passionate women who want to have their voices heard. And not all members are grandmothers. Several of our grannies in our gaggle in Portland are in their 80s. We dress as stereotypical grandmothers, hats and aprons, white gloves, and our focus in the last year has been on getting out the vote, supporting Black Lives Matter, gender equity, and protesting against environmental perils. prior to COVID, we participated in the Pride Parade and Good in the Hood Parade, Indigenous events, the women's marches, and many other rallies and peaceful protests throughout the Portland and Salem, and even Eugene area. The Portland Gaggle is the largest in the United States. And because of our size, we have subgroups who focus on social justice, immigration justice, racial justice, environmental, and gender equity. And we'd love to have more grannies of color in our gaggle. 3 of our members, as I said, reside in Milwaukee. One is new enough that she didn't feel comfortable being with us tonight. I was the sole Milwaukee granny for 4 years, and then within the last year, Kathy has joined us, and so I'm going to let her speak for a minute about her experience, and go ahead, Kathy.
Yes, I found the grannies for the first time on Facebook, and it was a video. It was a group of older women. They were all dressed in black. They were carrying a coffin, and they were doing a funeral march. And this was in honor of George Floyd and all of the people who had been killed by police. And I looked at that and I thought, this is something I can do. This is something I can get behind. This is something I can support. And they look like me. You know, they were older women. And I had been retired and helping with take care of my grandchild. And then when COVID hit, my daughter came home to work, and I was at loose ends. I had never had this much time on my hands like so many other people. And this was a call to the heart for me. And I was like, this is something I can do, I can get out. So I found the grannies on the website, and they hooked me up with Cheryl, and I went to her backyard, and we had a wonderful conversation, about the world, about the grannies, and about ourselves. And so I started participating in the different actions, and it was, as you know, last year was a crazy year. And so there was a lot to do. There were a lot of things to speak out about, and there were a lot of actions to go to. So we safely got together when we could, for those who could go out, and we did some dances, we did some actions. We did not sing because speaking out was not, part of what was going on with COVID. It has given me an opportunity to learn more about our community, learn more about the needs of our community, and to actually do something at a time when everybody was looking around and saying, this is what's happening. If you can't do something now, when can you do something? I'm thankful to this wonderful group of women who have they are graciously sharing their time, their vision, and their experience with others like myself who have not been a part of these actions for so long. And a lot of our grannies are housebound because of COVID at this time. And we did acquire a wonderful and helpful tech granny who was able to get us through actions online, which took a long learning curve, of course, like everybody else. But I am actually looking forward to meeting everybody in person someday. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl and Kathy. And you guys, if you ever get a chance, come out to one of their rallies. They are amazing. You wouldn't think, and I'm up in that age group too, that they'd have that much energy, but it's truly amazing. Just to continue, Milwaukee Historical Society believes all our history is important to tell. The ongoing Women's History Project, started in 2017, will soon be available through the Society. The Historical Society recorded stories and accounts of over 25 women who created Milwaukee as it is today. Unfortunately, with COVID restrictions, the Milwaukee Historical Society Museum is currently closed to the public. However, we are available to answer any history questions. Contact us at www.milwaukeemuseum.com. Even though we separate historical months for certain segments, we are all important in our city's history, and we all make history every day. Thank you. And now, Mayor Gamba, please read the proclamation.
Uh-oh. That'll take a second. While I'm looking for it, I just want to say that I've been to a zillion protests over the last, 20 years. And almost every single one of them, the grannies are there, and I'm always so happy to see them. They're amazing. And I think Cheryl was trying to add there at the end that the grannies have a Facebook page, right? So,
Yes.
if you're a lady over 50 and you want to get involved, that's a great way to do it. Okay. Any idea what page that's on? There we go. I think I got it. I got 6 documents open here.
I've got it on the screen for you.
Oh, that's buried behind my agenda. All right, I found it. Here we go. I got to make it bigger. I can't wait to get back to normal meetings. All right. Whereas Milwaukee women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our city in countless ways, and whereas Milwaukee women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of the city by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside the home. And whereas Milwaukee women have played a unique role throughout the history of the city by providing most of the volunteer labor force of the city. And whereas Milwaukee women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our city. And whereas Milwaukee women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas Milwaukee women have courageously served our country in the national and state armed forces. And whereas Milwaukee women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and especially the peace movement. And whereas despite these contributions, the role of women in Milwaukee, Oregon, and our national histories has been overlooked and undervalued. Now, therefore, I, Mark Gamba, Mayor of the City of Milwaukee, a municipal corporation in the County of Clackamas, the State of Oregon, and with the full support and sponsorship of the Milwaukee Historical Society, do hereby proclaim March 2021 to be Women's History Month in Milwaukee, and do recommend its observance with appropriate programs, ceremonies, and activities. All right. Now I gotta find the right other tab. Okay. Next item is the thank you very much, ladies. It was good.
Thank you.
The next item is city manager update. Ms. Ober.
I think I have stolen all of your time already this evening, and I have made us very late, so I'm going to discontinue my comments.
Alrighty then. Community comments. This is the part of the agenda during which council will hear community members' statements regarding city business. Those wishing to speak, please raise your hand or indicate you wish to speak. Before you make your comments, please state your name and city residence for the record. If you would like the city to follow up with you, please submit your contact information to ocr@milwaukeeoregon.gov. As council has other business items on the agenda this evening, individuals will be limited to 3 minutes and groups to 10. Because the information provided during community comments may be new, the city manager will respond at the next council meeting to those comments that require a follow-up. Before we begin, is there a follow-up from the February 2nd community comments, Ms. Ober?
There are not, Mayor.
All right, set that aside, make this screen bigger so I can see everybody. And not seeing any hands yet. So, Scott, has everybody been let in that wants to?
I see them, and I'm going to allow them to speak from the audience. And I have an order that I have. Mr. Mayor, if you just want me to start reading names. The first one being Samantha Swindler, who's raised her hand. So Samantha, I'm going to allow you to, oops, wrong person. Not David. Where did Samantha go? There you are. Okay. Samantha, you should be allowed to talk now if you unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. My name is Samantha Swindler. I am a member of the Milwaukee Arts Committee, and I'm also a resident of the Hector Campbell neighborhood. I live at 4110 Southeast Jackson Street. Is that the information you need? Okay. I recently spoke to the Hector Campbell NDA about a grant request for Porch Fest. We are planning to hold Porch Fest again this year, and we're asking each of the neighborhood associations to chip in $600 to put on the event. But when I spoke to the Hector Campbell Neighborhood Association, I got a really unexpected and I feel like unwarranted hostile reception. I was ready to answer any number of questions about Porch Fest and the budget and how we might use the money, but really there was just seemingly anger about basically how dare I come to them with this grant request, that they did not feel like this, that they needed to fund other city committees and commissions. And this isn't just me. We have our chair of the Arts Committee has spoken to the same neighborhood association and had a similar, very negative response. And the whole experience has raised two issues for me. One is just, is this how we talk to people? Is there not a code of conduct or basic civility when neighbors come to a neighborhood meeting with a project idea? How is the city making sure that these NDAs are welcoming and inclusive places for a variety of voices? How can the city help to make sure that these groups really do reflect the makeup and the interests of the neighborhoods that they supposedly represent? Because I think a lot of good can come from these neighborhood associations, but also it could turn into just a really toxic environment with a small group of curmudgeons who run it like their own little fiefdom. And I know the city's been working on increasing citizen engagement, and I frankly feel actively discouraged by getting more involved in my local NDA after this whole experience. And it's so silly. The whole thing seems so silly. And the other thing is this the best way to run the community grant program? Because my understanding is that not that long ago, the city had a pot of money, which I guess at this point is $28,000 a year they put aside for the NDAs. And the NDAs would have to apply for funds for certain projects. It wasn't just a carte blanche, here's your money and do whatever you want, or don't spend it, maybe it's time to revisit that, because the Arts Committee would love to put on more community events, and we don't have a pot of money. And I don't mind going to NDAs and talking to them about the Arts Committee and Porch Fest and getting more people involved. But I don't feel like I should be berated for going to my local NDA with an idea. It's not good. I mean, we have youth members on the Arts Committee now. I certainly wouldn't feel comfortable sending them out to meetings like this. And I still don't know if they're going to approve the grant. They told me they passed it when I was at the meeting, and then they later tried to do a revote by email, and I guess they were told they couldn't do this. I don't even know if we're going to get the $600. And frankly, that's neither here nor there. That's not the big deal. This has raised some larger issues for me about how these are run, and that's essentially my comment. I wanted to bring it to the council attention so that you could be thinking about these issues, particularly as the next budget cycle comes up. So, thank you.
Thanks, Samantha. I'm sorry that happened to you. The NDAs seem to always have their ups and downs and their various issues, and this is not an unheard of instance. I will get back to you later. We typically don't respond on these in the moment, but one thing I would suggest to the art committee, since you brought it up, is let's have a conversation about during the next budget process, considering because the art committee does actually put on a lot of events. And I think it would be worth a conversation with the budget committee and council to consider a budget for the arts committee.
Thank you. I've enjoyed every other way that I've been engaged with the city. I've had all positive experiences, but this was not good. So thank you. Scott's got my contact information if you want to follow up further. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Samantha, before you jump off, this is Ann Ober. I'll be doing the follow-up at our next meeting. I would just ask that you actually watch that meeting because I do expect we'll be adding a conversation with Jason Wax and with Jordan Imla for council to be able to talk about this in general, about how council wants to handle these types of requests moving forward. So we'll be in touch with you, but please know that we'll be putting this on the agenda for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Next, what do you have next, Scott?
The next person who wished to speak was Stefan Lashbrook. And I'm allowing him to talk now. Stefan, can you hear us? Can you talk?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll start by saying Samantha should have come to the Llewellyn NDA meeting where everybody had great things to say about Porch Fest. But separate from that, I'm actually here tonight I wasn't expecting to do this, but this is a follow-up to a conversation I had with a neighbor a couple days ago. And it has to do with the effect of the recent storm on so many large trees in our community. This individual, and it's not a unique situation, has a very large oak tree. The tree, although it's on his property, it's not in the right-of-way, but it is so big that the canopy spans all the way across Rockwood Street. And he lost a number of big branches from the top that tore through the lower branches and did a great deal of damage there. And he was cleaning it all up himself and taking it to Public Works and said to me, I may have to take this tree down. And I said, that would be horrible. Why would that be the case? And he said, I can't afford to have an arborist fix the tree. And I know that all these broken branches are going to start to rot now in the future, and I just can't have that. And that part made me think it maybe whether it's outreach from the city's arborist, just helping with technical information for private citizens, or whether it's actually some sort of emergency funding from the city that could pay private arborists to do the kind of work that his tree needs, getting up there and removing those damaged branches so they don't begin to rot and kill the tree in the long run. So that's my whole pitch. As I said, it just occurred to me while I was talking to a neighbor, and I'd certainly be willing, and I intend to talk about this at next week's Llewellyn NDA meeting.
Thanks very much, Stefan. I'm really glad you brought that to our attention. I suspect your neighbor is probably not the only one in that situation. And, we have a very serious tree canopy goal. Losing giant old oak trees like that is going in the exact wrong direction. So we will definitely have that conversation. Thanks.
Thank you.
And next, Mr. Mayor, is Scott Shirtleff and James Davis. I'm going to, because there's two of them, I'm going to promote them to the panel. So I don't know how that would, if that's going to, work with talking over each other. So Scott and James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gamba and councilors. Thanks for having us here today. My name is James Davis. I'm the chair of the Oregon Elected Bank Alliance. OPBA is an alliance of citizens, city officials, nonprofits, and others working to support House Bill 2743, which clarifies a path for Oregon cities to create municipal banks. And as you know, with me is Scott Shirtleff, a fellow OPBA member and a former Wall Street bank executive. We're here today to ask for your support for this bill, ideally in the form of a resolution of support for the legislation. I'm going to quickly cover what House Bill 2743 does and doesn't do, and why people are supporting it. And Scott can address some of the more technical aspects, and we'll cover how having a states across the country are looking for ways to stretch tax dollars and leverage resources to address multiple needs, including funding infrastructure, local business development, affordable housing, and other needs. In the past 2 years, states from New York to California have explored creating both municipal banks and state banks, and several states, including Oregon, have introduced or approved public bank bills. In fact, California is now moving forward with establishing municipal banks in several cities. Public banks serve an important role for economic resilience and stability. Prominent examples include the Reconstruction Finance Corporation that funded New Deal jobs programs and helped pull the country out of the Great Depression, and the Public Bank of North Dakota, which has given rise to one of the most robust banking environments of any state in the country, and has helped that state weather economic downturns better than other states. Oregon cities pay millions of dollars in interest and fees to U.S. Bank, Wells Fargo, and other big banks. In fact, the Action Center on Race and the Economy recently reported that nationwide, states and municipalities spend $160 billion annually in interest on the money they borrow. A lot of that money goes to enrich big bank CEOs and shareholders rather than getting reinvested in our communities. With public banks, all that money is kept local and profits are reinvested in the community. Specifically, here's what House Bill 2743 does. It formally establishes and defines the term municipal bank in Oregon's banking statute. It simplifies creation of municipal banks by clarifying that FDIC insurance is not required. It clarifies how municipal banks can serve as a depository for public funds. And it ensures the separation between local government and municipal banks by prohibiting cities from being stockholders or covering bank debts. Once chartered, a municipal bank is run by banking professionals, not politicians, and must stand on its own without any financial ties to the city. Here's what House Bill 2742 does not do. It does not allocate state revenues. It's revenue neutral. It does not create new state agencies. Municipal banks will be regulated by the same agency that regulates other banks in Oregon. It does not put any new requirements on cities. Cities don't have to create municipal banks. And it does not give any new powers to cities. Oregon cities already have the power to create municipal banks. It simply provides clarification if they choose to do so. Lastly, I want to address the big question a lot of people ask us, and that is, will municipal banks compete with credit unions? The short answer is no. In fact, many loan programs backed by municipal banks, such as for local businesses, would be administered by community banks and credit unions. So rather than compete with credit unions, public bank expands what credit unions can offer their customers and helps them grow and be more competitive. We certainly hope that we can count on you for your support for this bill. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Scott.
Thank you, Jazz, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council. I'd like to just talk about the business model for the bank that we are pursuing. Is that the bank will really have two primary activities. The first is commercial loans to small and medium-sized businesses in the locality through partnerships with credit unions and community banks. The second is infrastructure development, so that the bank will be funding projects for the city to build parks, roads, water, whatever it is, and serve as a way for the city to fund their infrastructure work. The goals are to really increase lending to local businesses by having the municipal bank provide additional liquidity to the credit unions and community banks, to promote lending to historically disadvantaged communities, and finally, as Jazz mentioned, in the infrastructure development piece, to reduce the cost of infrastructure development in order to do more with the same amount of public money. So we set out to demonstrate how much we could save, how much could be saved on infrastructure through a municipal bank by doing a case study using the City of Milwaukee's 2018 General Obligation Bond for Your Safe project. The bond interest through that program and through the bond was a total of $18 million for over 30 years. Through a very conservative analysis where we looked at an interest rate of 3.25% instead of 4%, and we found that the municipal bank could reduce the city of Milwaukee's interest by $5 million and further create $3 million in net profit for the bank. Again, we used a very conservative assumption about the cost of money for the bank. So we think that these numbers are very conservative, and in fact the bank could do better, but good numbers to work with. So the total benefit to the city is $8 million because the bank profit goes back into the bank instead of to shareholders and executives. And the bank can use that for increasing its capitalization, for purposes that are really serve the public of the city of Milwaukee. So if you took this and expanded it to, say, $90 million of debt, the city of Milwaukee would be saving $23 million over the course of these projects, and that's enough for an entire another project. So challenges are that the bank must have sufficient capital in order to fund these large loans. And the bank's loan portfolio needs to be diversified in order to reduce risk. So we would want to see some business loans, some commercial loans, in addition to infrastructure loans, so that the bank has a diversified portfolio of loans and is managing its risk in that way. So with that, I'll open it up to questions to the council.
Anybody?
Well, I have a million questions, and I guess I wonder if this is really the place for this, or we need to have this on an agenda. I mean, to me, the issue of do we support the legislation? I mean, if it's giving more latitude, I don't necessarily see a downside to that, but the real details, their website is really not very detailed, and the real details of how this bank works, these kind of banks work and stuff, I have a million questions about, but I don't know that tonight's or this, I mean, it seems like maybe that should be on a regular agenda sometime.
Right, so we've got two issues, right? One is getting the law passed to allow this to occur in the first place. That, of course, has a clock on it because the legislature is in session. And if we're going to support it and be of any value to the process, we need to make the decision as to whether or not we're going to support it. Then the second question is, once that bill has passed, then we can dig into how does this work? Would it work for Milwaukee? How would we do it? Would we join with other cities? A million questions, as you said. How do we create the charter so that it benefits the city to the maximum amount, and the residents of the city and the business of the city and the low-income folks in the city and all the things that we would want a bank like this to do. But before we can do any of that, we have to have that clarified, that law clarified. So we had nothing but big fat, items on our agenda since this came up, and there was no really way to do a long conversation. So thought these guys could do a quick presentation, hopefully enough to be able to ascertain whether or not it's worth supporting the bill, and then we can go on from there.
Yeah, I got Councilor Beatty. That's exactly a great point. And the bill creates, as Mayor Gamba said, creates the opportunity for Oregon municipalities to create banks. It does not require you to create a bank. And yes, there is a good amount of work to go through in order to charter your bank, capitalize your bank, and get the bank operational.
I guess my question about the legislation is, who opposes it?
Opposition are the big banks, right? The big banks, Wells Fargo, U.S. Bank. They will be in opposition because it could potentially successful. If municipal banks are successful, it will affect their business. That's a price we pay, and particularly since we see the big Wall Street banks as quite extractive to wealth in Oregon.
Kathy?
So, I understand we have a packed agenda and time is of the essence when you're dealing with legislation, but I don't feel like I know enough about this process to feel comfortable endorsing it. I still have a million questions, and they are substantive enough questions that I can't just say I'm willing to support this as with what I know. I have concerns about how it works and whether or not it is something that we would feel good about in the end. And I don't think that we have the time tonight to have that conversation. I do think it needs to be an agenda item. It should have been an agenda item. And this wasn't something we talked about when we talked about our legislative strategy. And we have 2 bills that we did talk about, one of which we really need to happen to meet our climate change goals or to work toward them on the time schedule we'd hoped to achieve, and the other which does a whole lot of work on that too. So I also have concerns about what it means for us to support this and whether or not that means we're displacing effort we ought to be putting into making it clear to our legislators we have these priorities that we have to meet.
Desi?
I would need more information. I do have one question. Is this similar to like Greenwood? The Greenwood Bank?
I don't know of the Greenwood Bank, so I would have to do research on that. The only public bank that we're aware of in the United States is the State Bank of North Dakota. The state of California is currently working on municipal public banks as well. In Oregon, we see our municipal banks being different from those in California.
I'm just looking at OLIS, and it looks like the bill was referred to Business and Labor Committee, but nothing's happened, no hearings or anything. Are you sure this bill is going to move forward?
We are working very hard with our sponsors and to get the chair of the committee to put it on the agenda. If you look at the committee, they have not planned out very far, and the legislature, frankly, is struggling with workload. So we are very hopeful that we'll get a hearing, but there's no guarantee.
It got a friendly hearing 2 years ago with a lot of the same folks on that council, and I suspect it will be getting a hearing in the next 2 weeks. But yeah, we're not taking anything for granted. We're working on that.
Well, I think that gives us a little bit of time to at least read it. I haven't. I was just looking at OLIS and I had the same question. So, I'd like to reach out and we can find out whether or not and sort of what deadlines we are working with. That would be my suggestion.
And we're happy to meet with any or all of you individually to answer questions. We're meeting with the Mayor Evertson tomorrow. This is what we're doing. So we're happy to make those appointments if you would like to take that time outside of council space. And we're also happy to come back and spend more time on, in council space.
And just one question from the administrative side of things. Do you all have peers that can talk about what the actual implementation of something like this would look like for a city in terms of staff hours, capacity, stuff like that?
Any city would need to do a feasibility study. I'd say the closest peer we have, it would be Greg Anderson, who was involved in setting up a state chartered bank and is a former mayor of a small Oregon city. And he's one of our OPBA members.
Awesome. I'll talk to you offline. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I suggest everybody try and get the information they need. We can, particularly if we finish the Waverly hearing tonight, we could get this on the agenda for a bigger chunk next meeting. thank you guys for presenting. Appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
We initially had hoped to bring this, of course, 2 weeks ago, and that didn't happen because of the ice storm. So that's, In any case, Scott, do we have more?
I don't see any more, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Then I will move on in the agenda. Tonight's consent agenda, which is longer than usual as items from the canceled February 16th meeting were moved to tonight, includes minutes of the January 12th, 2021 study session, the January 19th, 2021 work session, the January 19th, 2021 regular session, the February 2nd, 2021 work session, and the February 2nd, 2021 regular session. We have a resolution appointing Alexis Barton to the tree board. We have a resolution following reappointments to city boards and committees. Alicia Hamilton, Julie Ratcliffe, Samantha Swindler, and Hamid Shabaka Bennett to the Arts Committee. Max Stilson and Mary Rowe to the Audit Committee. Laura Hanna and Edward Simmons to the Citizens Utility Advisory Board. Tracy Orvis to the Design and Landmark Committee. Michael Park and Shane Abnott to the Kellogg Neighbor Committee. Robin Chedester and Jessica Stetson to the Library Board. Ben Johnson, Gary Klein, Martin McKnight, and Ali Farstein to the Park and Recreation Board. Robert Massey to the Planning Commission. Kathleen Brennan Hunter and Leigh Garnett to the Tree Board. We have a resolution authorizing budget transfers for the 2021-2022 biennium. We have a resolution establishing a court amnesty program from March 15th to June 15th, 2021. We have a resolution authorizing the purchase of a replacement sewer combination truck. We have a resolution acting as a local contract review board, authorizing purchase agreement with Oregon Public Corporation for pilot newsletter printing services. We have a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement number 33118 with the Oregon Department of Transportation for the Linwood Avenue Safe Routes to School project. We have a resolution in support of divestment from fossil fuel industries for the state of Oregon funds, and we have a resolution granting an exemption from property taxes under ORS 307.540 to ORS 307.548 for the 28-unit low-income housing development owned and operated by Northwest Housing Alternatives, Inc. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to remove item I, the fossil fuel item, for a little discussion of the wording.
If you hadn't, I would have. All right. Anything else? Then I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item I.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda minus item I. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda minus item I. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. It passes unanimously. Let's do item I. A resolution in support of divestment from fossil fuel industries for the state of Oregon funds. Go ahead.
I don't know if we have the same issue or not, but
No.
Oh, okay. My issue is about the be it resolved two clauses, and I discussed this discussed it over email with Natalie earlier, and she may want to chime in here. But the first one says we call upon the Treasury to do X, and then the second one says the city will advocate for these people to do this, and it just seems very well, first off, it seems weak wording, and secondly, what does that mean, will advocate? Is that saying something is coming next? And so I think, we should call upon, I don't know why we wouldn't call upon the same, use the same wording as call upon them to divest. Natalie's response was that she expects that to take more work. And so maybe we have a subsequent sentence that says, we will continue to work on this, or maybe we say, I don't know. But it was odd to me to have not parallel wording there, and the city will advocate was sort of vague and inconclusive.
Natalie, do you want to?
Yeah, Natalie Rogers, Climate Action Sustainability Coordinator for the City of Milwaukee. I think it's just up to word choice preference. I think our opinion was that this isn't going to be a continued effort, that we're going to probably need to engage with multiple entities on if it's something that we do want to pursue as a priority action. I think advocate in our minds just led to the acknowledgement that it's going to be a continued process. So if another sentence would help clarify that, we could definitely add it, or we could switch it to call upon if we instead just kind of want to do this one effort and just make the language more aligned with the previous statement. So I'm open for your suggestions.
I guess it's not clear to me. We do this resolution and you send it presumably to the people. And so whatever the follow-up steps are with some of these organizations, it's not clear to me. Is it the same resolution, or do we need a new resolution when those come about, or whatever, I guess.
Can I add something here, recognizing that we're running late and we've started late and we probably want to have some more discussion on this. We do have our study session next week where we're going to be talking about giving a climate update. We certainly can reserve some time to have some further discussion on making sure that we have the wording right during the study session to make sure that we've satisfied.
There's nothing time sensitive.
There's nothing time sensitive with this right now. So, and then we could bring it back to council for adoption the third week of March.
I like that idea.
Okie doke. Let's do that then. So I'll say what I was going to say for them.
You might want to give them a heads up.
No, it's nothing. I wasn't intending to make any changes. I was intending to point out to, having this on consent agenda, other than that it's a busy night, I think is counterproductive to half of its purpose, which is to draw attention to it. I think it should be a regular item on the agenda when it comes back, so that we can draw attention, so that we can point out that we've just divested in our banking processes by changing to Umpqua Bank, and this is the other half of that, which is to divest from all of our funds that sit in the state, various state funds, being also divested from fossil fuels. So, let's make it a regular session item and talk about it at the study session.
Great. Aaron, how much time do you want on the regular session?
Half hour?
Okay. Scott, you got that? Thanks.
Cool.
And if any counselors want to send me edits ahead of time, I'd be happy to take a look at them and accommodate them in a draft to bring back to you.
All right. So, fine. Our next item is the System Development Charge SDC calculations and discussion. This will be presented by our Community Development Director, Leila Ahmad, our Public Works Director, Peter Pasquarelli, and our City Engineer, Steve Adams.
Mayor Gamba, thank you. I've got it tonight. So, Mayor Gamba and council members, I'm Peter Pasquarelli. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Milwaukee. What we were hoping to do tonight was provide you a discussion on system development charges. What we were hoping to do tonight was provide some larger discussion on impacts on affordable housing. We thought it was appropriate. It was an appropriate time to come back to council and have a discussion with you as we begin the process of looking at our wastewater system development charges. So I've invited Doug Gabbard and John Gallarducci from the FCS group to present information on system SDCs. They're going to provide you a brief overview of system development charges, talk about the methodology, our current structure, and how they go about calculating those things. And then it'll also provide you the opportunity to provide us some guidance as we look at those impacts on affordable housing. So Doug is going to provide a presentation. So Scott, if you could bring Scott or Doug in as a co-host, and John, that would be great.
Doug is here and should have co-host. Does John need co-host too? I've made Doug and John both co-hosts.
Right. I am...
There you go.
There you go.
Unfortunately, this is not the screen I want to share.
We're seeing the presentation now.
Oh, without all the extraneous stuff?
You have to hit at the bottom right, hit the presentation mode.
Yeah, I'm in presentation mode. It's on a different screen.
Oh.
And I'm having...
You might need to go to the top and click New Share, and then it should give you options, and you should see the full screen presentation.
I see... I don't see options for screens. I see options for different programs. It's not giving me a window option. Okay. So we're gonna go with this. Can everyone see it okay?
There you go.
Yep. All right. So I understand the time is short, and so as a result of that, we're going to streamline this such that we're going to try to give you some inspiration for what you want to talk about at the conclusion of the slides, and hopefully we spend most of our time talking about what you want to talk about. I am Doug Gabbard with FCS Group. I am joined by John Gallarducci, who has done SDCs in a million different cities in Oregon, and we'd like to share with you some of our experience and enthusiasm for SDCs and talk about what's important to you. Some key characteristics are SDCs are one-time charges. Nobody gets a monthly bill for SDCs. They are only allowed for 5 specific types of infrastructure as listed in statute. They are all about capital. Some of that capital might be existing, some of that capital might be in the future, but SDCs are all about capital. SDCs are heavily regulated by law. You need to know the SDC law in ORS Chapter 223. We know it pretty well, and we keep folks on the right side of it. This law details how you charge SDCs and also how you spend and account for SDCs. And so we have to make sure that we are within the limits of the law. As with any rate, SDCs are a fraction, or actually here, a couple of fractions. 2 types of SDCs. One is the improvement fee, which is what most people think of with SDCs. This is an SDC that is based upon a project list, a list of future projects for one of your infrastructure systems, like sewer. Each project in that list is evaluated to the extent to which it provides capacity for future growth. That's your numerator. that capacity, or the dollar value of that capacity, is then divided by the growth that is expected. That's the denominator. And the result is your improvement fee. Likewise, for the reimbursement fee, you're allowed to look at your existing infrastructure and decide how much of that has capacity that is available for future users. To the extent that you have available capacity, that is the numerator of the reimbursement fee, and you divide that by that same growth estimate to get a total reimbursement fee. When you combine reimbursement fee and improvement fee, you have a total SDC. Calculating growth is a matter of picking your units, figuring out what your current customer base is, what it's going to be in the future, and the difference is the amount of growth. If you are going to charge a reimbursement fee, you have to be careful to evaluate your current infrastructure to include only that capacity that is available for future users. That's all you get to include. The nice thing about reimbursement fees, though, is that if you're able to justify it, you can spend reimbursement fees on projects that are not necessarily growth related. And so that is the value of having a reimbursement fee, because as with improvement fees have to be spent on growth related projects, but not so with reimbursement fees. So improvement fees are based upon the cost of new facilities that will add capacity for future users, and we divide that out by the estimate of growth to determine the improvement fee per unit of growth. And we have to make adjustments that if there are other funding sources besides the city, we have to deduct that out of your cost basis because someone else is paying that cost. Now, when you put together all of these costs and you charge an SDC, one of the current trends is a lot of cities are asking to distinguish SDCs for single-family residences by the size of that residence. That's something that can be done and has been done for stormwater. It's I'm not going to say common, but we have certainly seen multiple size classes of single-family residences based upon different levels of impervious surface area. Most cities only have one category, all single families treated the same, but we've seen multiple categories for some cities. Quite recently, we've gotten involved in looking at house occupancy by house size to determine a defensible park impact fee that can vary with the size of a house. The city has done some interesting work on quantifying water consumption by building footprint, which could have some interesting applications in the charging of sewer SDCs. And so that's something that we can talk about. Peter was kind enough to share this information with us, and it looks quite interesting and something we might be able to use. SDC credits can be very important when you ask a developer to build a public improvement, and that public improvement has more capacity than is needed for their development. They are entitled to compensation, and that compensation often comes in the form of SDC credits. Happy to talk to you more about that. The last thing you probably want tonight is a history lesson, so I will just simply use this to remind you that the waters of the SDC law are changing always, and they're changing now also. We have some detailed information here about how the city currently charges not only its SDCs, but also its utility rates. And there is a sense here of some of the possibilities. Would love to talk to you more about this because there are really some interesting options here. And so please note that this is available, and we'd love to talk to you.
If you could just go back to that slide a little bit there. So I had actually put this slide together and provided it to Doug because I think one of the things that I've heard over the discussion with SDCs is the discussion involving the equivalent dwelling unit, and I wanted to show that the EDUs are sometimes defined differently depending on the application. So we have EDUs as they relate to wastewater treatment, but we also have an EDU as it relates to the wastewater SDC charge. And there are different ways that they're calculated. One is based off of the volume, and the other is based off of how many fixtures are in that home. So it's this, we use the same acronym, but they mean different things. And sometimes it gets confusing when we look at that.
Absolutely. A common problem, too, by the way. So this, Peter also put this information together for us. This is the status of your SDC analyses. We are currently engaged in the wastewater analysis, but you can see in that second row more coming down the pike with water and then storm, and then at some point getting that transportation one updated as well. A lot of best practices here. One of the things that we look at is indexing. This is the second row from the bottom. You are currently indexing your SDCs. That's a best practice, and congratulations for doing that. That provides a nice hedge against price risk, and it's something that we very much recommend. We see that you do have some reimbursement fees for some of your existing SDCs, which is great. I'm glad you're taking advantage of that. And we're certainly going to look at that carefully in your wastewater analysis. We just have to be able to justify that available capacity, and then you'll have a reimbursement fee that you can spend very flexibly.
Doug, if you could go back
Absolutely.
to that slide. I did want to highlight here too. So it's been a while since we've done a detailed analysis on our SDCs. Looking back, the stormwater utility was the latest one that we did as part of the 2012 master plan. I think that was adopted actually the 2014 time frame. So it's been quite a while since we've done the detailed analysis. We're incorporating the wastewater SDC as part of this master plan update that we're doing. And then we're going to follow on with the water update to the SDCs in the next budget cycle. We didn't have that incorporated into the master plan, but we'll use that information from the water master plan to develop that and update that SDC for water. And then subsequently, we're getting ready to start our stormwater master plan and TSP. So we'll work to include those updates to those SDCs as well.
All right. So this is where we currently stand on the sewer SDCs. This is the city's SDC. Now Wes is out of the picture in this particular slide. And this shows the current charge combined of $12.33 per EDU, also a single-family dwelling unit, which is what an EDU is. And this is what we're going to be working to update with the city in the coming days and weeks.
Can I ask a really quick question about that? Because I don't know if you've got a slide about West, but I want to make sure that you're familiar with and will be considering the recommendation that the West Advisory Committee has made to the county board to reevaluate, so that it'll be significantly different, so that the EDU will actually be more. You had a slide a few slides back that actually followed the methodology that I think West will end up with, which is by square footage.
Oh yeah. So here's the good news. I'm gonna because you opened this door, I'm gonna linger a little bit here because this is something that you guys are interested in. So we are familiar with the issues involved in overlapping jurisdictions, and things can get a little complicated when you have two entities that are able to and do charge SDCs for basically the same service. The way this often gets talked about is when a city has a partner such as Wes or Clean Water Services over in Washington County, and the only SDC involved is what is being charged by the regional partner, and the city wants to charge its own SDC for the first time, and so this is where we get introduced to these issues. And the first thing is to know is the city absolutely has a right to develop its own SDC. That is the right of the city. The thing you want to be sure of is you can't ask a developer to pay for the same capacity twice. So, if there is a project that is in Wes's SDC project list and it partially forms the basis of Wes's improvement fee, you better make sure that that project or the same parts of that project are not in the city's improvement fee project list, contributing to the city's charge that it imposes. That's kind of the unforgivable sin. We have to keep the capacity to one list. It doesn't matter which, but you can't make a developer pay for something twice. All right, and happy to come back to that as need arises. Okay, I hate this slide, but I know you guys want to see it, and so that's why we include it. Every jurisdiction is different, every utility is different, and that's why we don't necessarily think there's a whole lot of meaning here. But it is true that Milwaukee is quite low on its SDC burden. Here we are capturing the regional service providers like West and Clean Water Services. Clean Water Services storm SDC is quite low, like a little over $500 per EDU, and so for those Washington County cities, their stormwater SDCs, you'll notice, is quite a little sliver. So we are trying to be inclusive of the all-in cost of developing a house in these different cities. You won't see any mention to Oak Lodge here, even though they are your neighbors. They're a water and sewer district, and we're concentrating on kind of the full city experience here. But certainly, as we get deeper into the SDC analysis itself, we will be mindful of comparisons to Oak Lodge. We have some insight in what's going on in Oak Lodge because we did their water SDC, and to my knowledge, they have not implemented this, but we recommended a significant increase over in Oak Lodge, and to my knowledge, they have not implemented, and I have no idea if they will or not, but that is definitely something to watch. That brings me to the end of the...
Two of us have questions in there. Lisa, go ahead.
I was just surprised by this chart I was pleasant. I mean, I guess I was surprised that we were the lowest, although I knew we were lower than many, but how big a chunk, like for several of these cities, like streets are a third of their total SDCs. Is that really true?
Oh yeah, that is typical. Streets is they are very much fought about, and they are big dollar SDCs. So that's pretty typical.
And can you charge differently for streets when you're a city like Happy Valley building big developments all at once that are building all new streets versus a built-out city like Milwaukee where we're not building whole new street webs for the most part?
Well, it does matter. I mean, in a mature built-out city, you would not expect there to be a lot of projects for growth, so you would have a small numerator, but you would also expect not a lot of actual growth in development, so a small denominator as well. So it's very difficult to predict how that shakes out because those dynamics affect both the numerator and the denominator, and you can get unpredictable results.
is it possible? So this is probably a stupid question, but it's been a long day. So when somebody's building a new house in Milwaukee or even an ADU on their property, up till recently, we had not only the SDC, but if there was any part of our transportation system plan that was different about the street in front of their house than what their house, what the current situation was, we also have a system, or a, help me out, Peter, I'm forgetting what it's called.
Fee and lieu.
Building the street improvements or
street improvements.
Yes.
Is it possible that these cities, some of these cities that have really huge streets, SDCs, are rolling both of those in and then don't do that process for a specific?
It is possible. I don't see, and John, I'm interested in what you have to say about this. I don't see a lot of fees in lieu for streets, but there's nothing preventing someone from doing that. A city certainly can do that, and to the extent that a fee in lieu is right for a city, the same principle applies that you want to separate the capacity that you're making the developer pay for. You don't want a fee in lieu that will ultimately be used to pay for something that you're charging an SDC for. So you want to separate that. John, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, in fact, Milwaukee's the only transportation fee in lieu that I know of, and I remember working with it to make sure that it was covering just the very local burden as opposed to a share of system-wide infrastructure, which is what the SDC is supposed to do. I think, and speculating on these differences is dangerous, but there's a few that aren't shown here, like South Hillsborough, which has a really high transportation SDC. I think maybe the more common denominator is rapidly growing, and so they need a lot of new infrastructure, and it's just a fact that if you're building new streets now, it's going to cost you a lot more money than it did when Milwaukee built its streets decades ago. And so even with the smaller denominator, as Doug accurately said, if in these rapidly growing communities where they're adding lots of new infrastructure, the unit cost is just much, much higher. And I think that's what you're seeing in transportation particularly. There are a lot of other factors that enter into it with other services, but transportation, that's probably the biggest one.
But just to clarify what the mayor was, the underpinning of his question is, is it common for cities to require new development that's infill, that's not like a whole new neighborhood, to build sidewalks and street improvements, curbs, etc.?
Well,
yes.
Okay, so, all right, go ahead and answer that question, because that isn't actually exactly my question, but go ahead.
Yes. I would say we see it, yeah, so yes, it is common. That is a local requirement, and would not often be included in the SDC.
Okay,
if that makes sense.
That does answer my question.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you are not charging an SDC for something that you are going to exact from a developer anyway.
Right, but I was looking at it backwards from that, right?
Okay.
If our system development charge was sufficient, that we would have enough funds to go ahead and build those improvements that we're then requiring of that individual. It makes more sense to me, because then you're doing it on a street, a whole street at a time, as a system, rather than having these little chunks of sidewalks to nowhere spotted around the city as new houses come in, or somebody adds an ADU or something like that. It feels like that makes more systematic sense to do it that way. So if it's allowable to roll those kinds of improvements into your mathematics when you're doing the SDCs. I like that a whole lot better.
And Doug, I think we just did that in West Lynn. That was a focus for the city of West Lynn a few years ago to get sidewalk improvements in there as part of the transportation SDC. Sometimes it's just a cash flow issue. There, you need the growth to generate the revenue in order to build the improvements. The alternative is you require developers to do it as they develop. And if it's on the SDC list, you could still require a developer to do it. Then you have to give them an SDC credit, but you're at least able to get the project done if the cash has not been generated yet from the program.
And I know that we're having this very conversation in Corvallis right now as well, and it seems like they are leaning toward your position, Mayor, that it's cleaner to just wrap it in the SDC.
Okay, thank you. All right, we interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, that's it. We're here to take your questions and engage in dialogue.
Well, so the essence, at least for me, and I think for much of council, as to why we are digging into the way SDCs are calculated, is in thinking around trying to make less expensive housing less expensive. Right, to try and we all know that half of the people that live in our cities can't afford to buy a house right now. Many of them can't afford to rent a place. And our effort is to try and begin to fix that by offering new forms of housing, the missing middle forms, the ADUs, these sorts of things. And so our interest is in, rather than charging one charge, if there's a front door, it's $3,000. It doesn't matter if it's a 3,000 square foot house or a 400 square foot ADU, it's $3,000. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I think the work that Wes has done went the right direction. I would actually want it to be more granular than they did. But it feels like in other states, they don't call them system development charges, they call them impact fees. And to me, that is a clearer sense of what it is we're trying to do, that the project that is going to create the most demands on the system is going to pay for more of the system. And right now, we have started in this direction a little bit, but I think we can do it much more granularly, and help our process of trying to make more affordable styles of housing more affordable.
Doug, can you go to the next slide, actually? So
Absolutely.
I think that sort of goes to what Wes was doing. They were looking at sort of the building footprint size and water demand or water consumption. So the analysis, I worked with our GIS coordinator, Nick, to do this analysis, as well as our finance, Joe and Bonnie and Keith. So what we did was we took a look at the impervious surface footage of dwelling units and compared it to what their average water use was for the year. And you can see, looking at the far right column, there does seem to be some correlation between the footprint size of the building and the water usage. And we have the opportunity to be more granular than what we have here, but I asked Nick to put it in 500 square foot increments to show you that there is a correlation there. So I think from what I've heard, from council before talking about SDCs and what Wes had presented. This was something that the council was interested in looking at as we looked at our wastewater SDCs.
And we are very happy to investigate this further and to build around this kind of information. What's interesting is a lot of in places where we have been hesitant to go down this road, it's been because of a lack of data. And so if we can find the data or generate the data that supports a correlation between impact and size, for example, then we will know what to do with that. And so I think what you're seeing here is very valuable.
Yeah, I would say I'm the counselor who serves on the West Advisory Committee, and so I'm pretty familiar with the process of how, what the staff went through in preparing the different scenarios that led to the proposal that will go before the board. And it was a lack of data. I was fighting as hard as I could to get to more tiers. But, as you can imagine, because their service area isn't just Milwaukee, the percentage of homes in that very small category is pretty low. When you're thinking about West Lynn and Lake Oswego and Happy Valley, the kinds of development that they're seeing is not the type of development that here in Milwaukee, we're really trying to, affect some change and to try to enable some more of that type of housing to be built. And I think, this is really helpful for us because, not only do we have that data that even though these 6 units probably are, considered in Wes's numbers, they were such a small percentage of the overall that they basically had to ignore them. Since we have we're talking about a smaller sample size here, so I'm hopeful that this data can be used to sort of to extrapolate a little bit more and because I do think that obviously there's a strong correlation here, and it's not just here with our water usage, but it was, square footage was used as Peter is aware and all of this council is aware, as the proxy for the justification, that led to that proposal. So I'm super happy to see that we've got some data, for these smaller sizes, because I do think, I think that this is it's an important avenue for us to sort of pursue. And I'm also really interested in learning more about how we might change the way we think about the SDCs in other areas, because maybe square footage, I don't know if square footage is the right measurement for all of our SDCs, because it sounded like maybe the unit is different than with some of these than they're not the same unit across the board, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. No, please go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, being able to link square footage to average occupancy is really helpful too, because that impacts wastewater, impacts parks, the way that we calculate those SDCs, and could have multiple applications, just like you saw water use. I was going to add one other thing. You've probably heard the argument over the years that, we're always trying to balance. In the past, we've tried to balance this sort of perfect equity and trying to be more equitable with smaller size homes and as that pertained to affordable housing, balance that against the complexity of administering these programs. But I think what we're seeing collectively is that it matters now. We're beyond a price point, both with SDCs and with housing, that it's worth it to do the deeper dive and try to add this additional scalability to residential system development charges so that we're addressing these issues bigger picture.
So I'll just take a moment to be Jiminy Cricket on your shoulders a little bit and let you know that doing this requires us to open ourselves up to new data that we haven't looked at before. When you do that, sometimes the data may surprise you, and you have to be ready for that. And so we just had this conversation earlier today. We drew a correlation between size of house and average number of occupants, and found that there is a strong correlation for smaller houses, but once you get into larger sizes, it sort of turns back on itself in ways that you may not have expected. And so we have to develop, I think we have a duty to develop charges that reflect that difference as well. When we do want to try to be as true to the data as possible. Any other questions?
Are you guys working, or did you work with North Clackamas Parks as they were starting to do their work on SDCs?
We did, yes.
So you're very familiar with that too. I was fascinated by how low the parks SDCs were here compared to some of the other parks districts.
Well, there was a very interesting reason for that, having to do with their fund balance that has now been resolved. So that may change with the next iteration.
Resolved. That's a great.
Peter, would you do me actually, Doug or John, could you exit out of the screen share just so that we can see if there's any other group discussions people want?
Copy that.
Thank you.
I'm able to see everybody. I have the 2 monitors going, which is almost enough. I need 3 really.
I did want to mention the data that we had on the square footage of water consumption data. That was just 1 year. So we'll go back and look at what it looks like over like a 3-year average. And we used the 2019 calendar year for that. So that was the average consumption for 2019 based off of those different footprint sizes.
Peter, the report and then what you were just saying, and then that graph got me thinking about, it says impervious surface, not necessarily square footage, and so we're also considering in that number driveways and other, or is that not true?
No, in this case, I had our Nick, our coordinator, peel off like driveways. So we were looking at the roof footprint is really what you're saying. So we pulled off sheds and those other things. It's sort of that trying to get as close as we could to like the dwelling unit footprint.
It's not a finished product, but it is indicative of what's possible.
For stormwater, why wouldn't we include all the impervious surface?
Well, I was looking at it from the perspective of water consumption and wastewater.
Oh, okay. Now I'm talking about.
We have that other information to look at for stormwater. Absolutely.
Well, and where my head then goes next is, well, if we didn't have such big requirements that made people put impervious surfaces, maybe they'd use, maybe we'd be able to reduce fees.
And or if we have high SDCs for impervious surfaces, maybe they'll be more inclined to put pervious surfaces for their parking driveways. Yeah. Sorry, we're trying to solve lots of problems at once.
No, I'm very curious about what relaxations might or what requirements might be relaxed, like eliminating parking minimums.
Well, and saying that your parking has to be behind the front-facing building, and all these things that we add into it that create yards and yards and yards of concrete.
I dig it. Yeah.
All right. You guys aren't needing a decision from us tonight. This was more or less just kind of a study session at this point, right?
Mayor, this was Sorry, this was just the request of council several months ago to come back and talk about a few things. So what the ask at the time was, what is the schedule for looking at our SDCs? That's why that chart was provided, so that you could see that. What are the calculations? That's also on that chart and the next chart. And we're happy to make sure that you all have those to be able to reference. But a big part of, and I just want to thank Peter for calling Doug and John, was that we are starting a process for one of our fees. And so we did just also want to give you a chance to introduce yourselves. And several council members had asked to be able to make sure that you had a chance to tell them what you're trying to do here before they started their work. So this really was the complete request of council to make sure that we're not wasting their time, the time of our consultants, and that we're correctly addressing the needs or interests of council.
And you've heard us rail on about this for months now. Do you think we managed to communicate our interests fully?
I do. I think that everybody heard loud and clear, and I think you saw how we're actually looking as staff at the allocations of square footage for some of these pieces. So I think that we'll be able to come back to you with some information in the coming weeks, months, year, and make sure that you all are a part of that process as we get to adoption. But part of this too was just an education for some of you. You haven't had an SDC conversation before about how they're calculated and what they're used for. So we did ask them to go into a little more depth just to provide that information too. Any of you are welcome to call me, Peter, Layla, or Kelly if you would like to talk about this in any further depth, just to ask questions or to get additional information.
And just to say it, I've heard this or much longer explanations of SDCs and how they're calculated, I think at least 6 times. I still don't understand it. So if you're still confused, don't feel bad.
Then I think we're done for the night, and Peter will be back with us in the coming months as we get further along the master plan. Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
John and Doug, thank you so much for being here. It was excellent. I actually learned some stuff too, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Alrighty, our next item is public hearing.
Can we take a break?
How long would you like?
Just quick.
Well, I'm gonna want a longer break before Waverly. So do we take a quick break now and then a longer break, or do we just take a longer break? I didn't get to eat before.
I'm good with either.
How much do you need? 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Would that work for you to do that now, everybody?
Either way.
Or do you want to wait until just before Waverly?
How about we wait until right after the water so that Brett can get out of here, and we'll go from there. Does that work for everyone? It sounds like it's closer to when Lisa was intending to eat, so I'm also just trying to push towards that.
And this, I hope, will be, I think Brett's will be quick, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So, the public hearing on the proposed updates to Municipal Code Title 18 is called to order. The purpose of this hearing is to take public comment on the proposed code changes. Does any council member wish to announce actual or potential conflict of interest? Seeing mostly none, I'm going to just discuss that Council President does not have a conflict. Staff report. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mayor Gamba and councilors. I'm Brett Kelver, Associate Planner with the City of Milwaukee, and I'm here tonight with Beth Patel from our Engineering Department. I'm going to, let's see what I'm going to do. I'm going to share my screen and start a PowerPoint presentation. All right, is everyone able to see that title slide there? All right, well, thank you again. As promised, we talked with you a month ago, and we're back, hopefully to get through, see if we can maybe make up a little time on the schedule tonight, but get through to an adoption of proposed amendments to our flood hazard regulations, which are in Title 18. So I know, councilors, that you're fairly familiar with this because we've talked with you recently about it. I'll try to walk through just some quick background for anyone watching on the public who maybe hasn't been participating in this process. But so I'll try to move quickly. Milwaukee does have some areas that are prone to flooding. We have the boundary downtown with the Willamette River, and then our creek areas, Johnson Creek on the east and the north, and Kellogg Creek and Mount Scott and Minthorn Creeks on the south. So there are areas that we know will flood. And with that in mind, we do have this Title 18 in our code that provides some flood protections. The idea here is that since we know we're going to see some flooding in some of these areas, the idea is to let some of those floodplain areas do what they're intended to do. So they provide some storage for floodwaters, and the intent of these regulations that we have in our code is to try to require development to when it does build in a floodplain area, to build in such a way so that it minimizes damage, future damage in a flood event to that property and also to other properties up and downstream. So the rules that we have here in our code are what are an important part of making the city eligible for participation in the National Flood Insurance Program, which provides the opportunity for property owners with properties that flood to buy affordable flood insurance. So the process that we're going through right now is very similar to one that we did in 2008, where it was time to make some updates to the code to stay compliant with federal regulations. Just a real quick recap of what we've done lately with this. We had a little delay with the COVID pandemic thing in 2020, but towards the end of last year, we were ready to move forward with amendments. We have had the necessary conversations with the Planning Commission. We provided public notice. January 12th, the Planning Commission looked at the amendments that were being proposed. They made a recommendation for approval, and then we talked with you a month ago, and here we are tonight hoping to get through the adoption process. The timeline that we're trying to, the deadline we're trying to meet is March 31st. That's the deadline that FEMA and our partners at the state, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, have set for us to show that we've got the code updated. So we're right on schedule if we can get through this evening. Overall, the way we've been advertising and talking about these changes, that they are largely administrative in nature. We are working with a model ordinance that FEMA and the state have provided to us. There are a lot of things in that model ordinance that are very similar to the code that we have right now. We're taking advantage of the opportunity to renumber and reorganize our code a little bit, which is why we're repealing the entire Title 18 and replacing it with a new one. But in fact, a lot of the language will be similar. So we do have a few new things to reference. And knowing that the city's recent effort to update the comprehensive plan did involve identifying a lot of policies and goals that are farther reaching in terms of looking at and thinking about how to have better protection for natural hazards, climate change, that kind of thing. We understand that there are more discussions to have. Given the timing and other things on our plate right now, we have, again, tried to limit the scope of this change to just what we need to do to stay compliant with FEMA, and know that hopefully within the next year or two, we'll be able to come back and have that larger conversation that the whole community is going to want to have, I think, probably more discussion about. So we're not proposing any changes to the actual maps that we have that show flood areas. That's something that more or less is handled by FEMA. I think there are some efforts afoot eventually to kind of update those, and I know that's of interest to a lot of people, but just to be clear that that's not happening tonight. Just a couple more examples of the changes that we're proposing. We talked a little bit last time about how we're trying to kind of bring a little more relevancy to the 1996 flood areas that we have mapped in the city and make sure they're applicable to both residential and non-residential construction. And then just kind of administratively, we've developed a little more structure with a formal floodplain development permit. And I think we've talked a little bit before about some of the tools we're trying to implement to just kind of make sure people are aware and informed, such as these non-conversion agreements, so that we make sure we don't have surprises come up when people want to try to change something that wasn't intended to be livable space and didn't have to meet certain flood rules to suddenly be that. So before I go on, I just want to ask if anyone has any questions right now about what we talked about the last time, or anything that you might have seen in the packet materials. No? Okay. Well, then maybe the largest part of tonight is something that just has kind of come up in here late today, and also just in the last day or two, kind of as part of our final review and getting some comments from some final comments from our partners at the state. There are a couple of changes that I want to bring to your attention that are different even from the packet, and I want to preface these by saying that all of these revisions actually pull us a little bit closer back to the model ordinance. Some of them are changes that we thought maybe would be fitting for now, but have since realized maybe we want to hold off on some of these. They might have a little bit more policy implication. For example, one of the ones I'll tell you about has to do with we got some feedback from our partners with the Parks District, and knowing that Milwaukee Bay Park is entering its final phase of development, that prompted one of the points I'll talk about. So I talked with Scott, and he can correct me if I need to do a little bit more of kind of just presenting these changes to you so that you can, if you're amenable to it, adopt the proposed materials that were in the packet with these specific changes. So I've just got 4 or 5 things to show you. And what I've tried to do is show you the version, kind of the strikeout and underlined version with the change that we're proposing, and then down here I've tried to highlight that we have a clean revision, just still with the highlighting, but to show you what we're proposing to change. So this first one is in the definition of substantial improvement. The language that we had intended to add focused on the phrase within the last 10 years. That is something that was not in the model ordinance. It was something that we thought might be an advance in trying to have some cumulative tracking of people as they improve their structures. This addition of a timeline would have meant that we would need to track improvements to a certain structure, and if at any point in time during this 10-year period it hit the 50% mark, it would trigger the need to bring the entire structure up to the current code. That's something that I think is a good idea, but in looking at this again, it seemed like that is maybe one that we want to just pull back on for now and save that for our later policy discussion. So what I'm showing down here is basically just the removal of that within the last 10 years phrase, so that this actually would continue to be very similar to the language and the language that's in the model ordinance that we got. And maybe it's best if I just pause at each of these and ask if anyone has a question about this. Lisa, you're muted. Anyone? Lisa, I can't tell if you're trying to talk. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to unmute myself, and now I've got to go back to your slide. So dropping that means that only, what time period are we looking at?
It's project by project.
Okay.
That would mean, like, this year I come in, I want to add on something. We do the calculation to see if it's equaling or exceeding 50%. If it doesn't, I don't have to bring the whole house up. Next year I come in, I add another bedroom. Again, same evaluation. With this, within the last 10 years, if we left that in there, it would mean we're actually keeping track of how these projects are cumulatively related to the market value of the structure, which again I think is not a bad idea and would be, makes a lot of sense. I guess what we realized was, when we looked at that a little more carefully, that that could have that has some impact to property owners, and we haven't publicized that to the degree that feels like it would be fitting to make sure that people in the community who have, these properties that may be affected by this understand that and have a chance to weigh in on it. So, we don't think it's a bad idea. It just feels like we didn't highlight that enough, I think, to feel good about this public involvement piece.
So how did we promote this to the public?
Well, like I said in the presentation earlier, we promoted it as largely being administrative, not policy changing in focus. So just kind of updates to kind of keep current. That's how we've talked about it, and we haven't. Well, because we didn't feel like we were making, proposing a lot of radical changes. There wasn't that much to emphasize.
So this wasn't noticed, it was just sort of like what's on the website or whatever. This wasn't something that was noticed to everybody in the city the way some.
Well, not to everyone in the city. The notice was sent a couple of times to everyone who owns a property that has some kind of flood overlay on it, and they were informed that we were making changes, and there was some description that again focused on this project being largely policy neutral in nature. All right, can I move on? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The next change, this has to do with the variance procedure, and so this upper section, what I'm trying to show is our current code language has this phrase, if any increase in flood levels during the base flood discharge would result. That's what our current language says. We were thinking about going a little beyond what even the model ordinance says to add this phrase, and that's why it's underlined and struck out, because we underlined because we were originally going to add it, unless the project's for the sole purpose of stream fish habitat or other ecological enhancement or for dam removal. Again, a good idea, but this was a point of feedback that we just got actually earlier today from our contact at DLCD, who said, I'm not sure that you can do that. If you do that, what that means is you may be allowing variances for things, even though these things, the fish habitat, ecological enhancement, are good things in general, you could end up with structures being approved in the floodway through the variance procedure that haven't necessarily gone through the full review that they need. So the suggestion was you need to pull back for now, keep with the original language that you have, and move forward that way. This was one of those things we just didn't quite realize how the gears would mesh if we had this unless the project is for language in. So our proposal is just, okay, let's back up, take that out, and keep what we've got, basically. Okay. The third one, also in the variance procedure part, and this is one where we had, again, proposed to go a little beyond what the model language says. For the approval criteria for variances related to flood hazard areas, the things that you had to show were don't result in increase, let me move my increased flood heights, additional threats to public safety. Our current language says, don't result in extraordinary public expense. We had thought, well, maybe we should just make it any additional public expense. Again, in principle, that sounds like something that maybe we would want to head towards, but that to replace the word extraordinary with additional would actually have the effect of raising the bar on variances and create some situations that we actually maybe hadn't studied all the way through to see if there might be some inadvertent problems there that would effectively make it much harder than intended to get a variance through this code. So the suggestion here is just to, again, back up, keep the language that we have right now in the code, which uses the word extraordinary instead of additional for the variance approval. Does that make sense? Okay. The fourth change, again, this relates to our consideration of floodways, and we had originally thought that it might be appropriate to move beyond the language of the model code and to try to ratchet down a little bit what could end up in the floodway. And it was going to tighten that a little bit to say, hey, one way you get to be in the floodway, one of the few ways is, not just if you can do a hydraulic and hydrologic analysis, but to even get to that part of it, you'd have to be a dock, a boat ramp, some kind of water-dependent feature in order to have consideration for putting anything in the floodway. And one of the questions that we got from the Parks District, our Parks District partner today, highlighted, well, we're doing Milwaukee Bay Park. There are going to be some benches, there are going to be railings, there are going to be seat walls. There are things that are going to probably be in certainly the floodplain, and there's quite a bit of floodway that's currently designated within Milwaukee Bay Park. So with that specific example in mind, we thought, maybe, again, we haven't looked at that enough. It might be a little premature to put that additional restriction on floodway structures. We're still requiring a pretty significant engineering analysis to demonstrate that there's no rise. Whatever materials end up being approved to get in the floodway still need to show that they're not going to have adverse effects. But it felt a little potentially unwise to add that phrase that we thought might eventually be a good idea. So our proposal is just to not put in that phrase and kind of keep with the language that's in our current code here. And then finally, also related to floodways, this was another comment that we just got earlier today from our partner at DLCD. In terms of, the other way you could go into the floodway is if you are a fish enhancement project and meet all these other standards. And we had, again, going beyond or differently than what the model code said, we had tried to specify that when an approved CLOMR, that's a conditional letter of map revision, would be required. The suggestion, this is just a simple kind of swap out these sentences that our DLCD partner said, we're proposing to replace that one phrase with this: an approved CLOMR must be provided prior to approval of a floodplain permit. So that one's just, again, a change that is coming directly from our DLCD partner. So those are the 5 revisions to the materials that were shown in your packet that we're asking, I guess, if you're willing to approve this, that we make sure that we've properly referenced these 5 changes that we would make as well. So with that, I don't know if you have any other questions, but that's the extent of my presentation for tonight. And should I stop sharing maybe so you guys can discuss if you'd like? And Mayor Gamble, you're muted.
The only question I would have at this point is, Justin, how would you have us reference all of that in our motion to approve? As presented by staff?
5 amendments as presented by staff.
I believe that's probably the safest way to do it than trying to recount all of those things. I think we adopt it as amended by Brett during the hearing.
Okie doke. Thank you.
I will just say that a couple of those do bring home to me the need for further conversation. Some of them not as much, but a couple of them definitely are like, oh yeah, we need to work on this,
Counselor Beatty, can you just give Brett a couple, what the main concerns are so that he can be prepared in the future?
Well, I think they were the first 2 of his 5 that caught my eye. But I mean,
those are ones that you thought maybe where we said, like, not a bad idea, we may want to go there, but it just seems maybe a little too soon. Okay.
Right, and there are things we talk about every time we have a application in the floodplain, and I mean, especially that 50% that we can't. That one in particular, I think, is problematic, that we have to look at the 50% every time. So every year they can come with a 50% increase, or 45% increase, and they don't trigger this. That one in particular, I think, is problematic. So, yeah.
So before we move past that, I just want to make sure that there's some way we're capturing it. So Brett, I know historically that we would do code cleanups once a year when we weren't doing huge code packages. I'm guessing that we will return to that at some point, but probably at least not for another 12 to 18 months based on the code packages that council's given us. So in full transparency, are you going to be able to get to that conversation before 18 months, or are we looking at where would this fit in the code work we're doing if we do bring it back?
I guess my opinion, and I defer some too to what Laura and Beth maybe think about this, is I think for some of those things where we feel like they're a good idea, but maybe we need more public discussion about them, I'm not sure they're really appropriate for our housekeeping code cleanup packages. We try to keep also policy neutral and just make it like, hey, we found an error, we got to rephrase this or something. And those things I think probably do need to be more in a package that there's a little more robust public outreach process, and we have some real good discussions with the people who might be impacted on that. So I don't know if Laura has a thought about how something like that might fit into our larger timeline.
Yeah, Anne, it's a good question. We've got this conversation plugged into our larger work plan that we're going to be bringing back to council. We're supposed to do it last council meeting, but we don't get to do it again until April. So I think for the flood discussion, I think it's maybe 2 years out before we get to that based on all of the other things that we're doing. But I'll clarify that with you when I come back in 2 months.
Thank Thank you. I really appreciate it, Laura.
Can I ask Lisa real quickly for just the clarification? I think we've got that one substantial improvement, the 50% thing. That was one that rang your bell a little bit. Was the other one more like that? We talked about the variance and that extraordinary versus additional, where I talked about, if we'd made the change, we were thinking it would have raised the bar a little bit for variance. Is that the one you're thinking of? Because the other two of the other five were about getting into, are you a boat ramp, dock, or a fish enhancement? Now, were you not thinking about those maybe as much as these making it the bar? Okay.
I definitely don't want to do anything that's going to be a problem for Milwaukee Bay Park. I mean, and so the 2-year timeline is not terrible because hopefully Milwaukee Bay Park will be in construction before then. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions of staff, have we received any additional correspondence on this topic?
We have not.
All right. Does anyone wish to comment on the proposed Title 18 code changes?
I don't have any emails, Mr. Mayor, and I don't see any hands raised.
Okay.
I move to close the public hearing on the proposed changes to Title 18. Oh, I'm sorry. I shortcutted you. Okay. Well, there's nothing for staff to respond to, so.
Right. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you're good. You're right on.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
Was that Angel who seconded? Okay.
All right. It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the proposed changes to Title 18. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? I hate Zoom. All right. The public testimony portion of the public hearing on the temporary.
Oops, Title 18.
Yeah. Public testimony portion on the public hearing on the proposed changes to Title 18 is now closed. I missed that too. Is there council discussion?
Looks good for now. Let's do it.
All right. I'll take that as council is ready to vote. I will take a motion.
I move for the first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance amending Municipal Code Title 18 flood hazard regulations to comply with federal emergency management requirements, file number ZA-2020-002, with the 5 amendments as set forth by Planner Kelver in his staff report today.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded for first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance amending Municipal Code Title 18 flood hazard regulations to comply with the federal emergency management requirements, file number ZA-2020-002, including the 5 amendments presented this evening by Planner Kelver. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. Let's see. Ms. Ober, will you read the ordinance by title twice?
An ordinance of the City of Milwaukee, Oregon, amending Municipal Code Title 18 flood hazard regulations to comply with federal emergency management requirements, file number ZA-2020-002, as amended with 5 amendments by staff member Kelver. And again, an ordinance of the City of Milwaukee, Oregon, amending Municipal Code Title 18 flood hazard regulations to comply with federal emergency management requirements, file ZA-2020-002, as with 5 amendments made by staff member Kelver today.
Mr. Stauffer, would you please poll the council?
Council President Heisey.
Aye.
Councilor Faulkner.
Aye.
Councilor Beatty.
Aye.
Councilor Nicodemus.
Aye.
Mayor Gamba.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0, ordinance 2199.
Very good. Thank you, Brett, for all your work.
Thank you guys for your attention to this. Really appreciate it. Good luck with the rest of your evening.
Thank you. All right, so we will now recess for 10 minutes. Is that sufficient, everybody? So I will see you all back here. Let's make it 8:40.
We are on air.
All right, welcome back. Our next item of business is the Waverly Woods Plan Development File PD-2020-001 Ordinance. The public hearing on Waverly Woods Plan Development File number PD-2020-01 is called to order. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the project with revised site plan at a public hearing on January 12, 2021. All persons wishing to speak on this proposal will be recognized by council. The testimony we receive will be used by the council in coming to a decision on the proposal. Audience demonstrations, personal attacks, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. We, the council, are here to listen to testimony and come to the best possible decision. Given the importance of the hearing topic, should these proceedings continue to 10 p.m., this hearing will be extended to the next council meeting on March 16, 2021. The purpose of this hearing is to consider the Milwaukee Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the proposed plan development on the property located at 10415 Southeast Waverly Court. The applicable standards to be considered are found in the Milwaukee Municipal Code Title 12, Title 17, and Title 19, chapters or sections 302, 311, 401, 500, 600, 700, 902, 904, and 1007. This will be a quasi-judicial decision by the council and will be based on the following standards: the statewide planning goals, applicable federal or state laws or rules, any applicable plans and rules adopted by Metro, applicable comprehensive plan policies, applicable provisions of implementing ordinances, consistency and compatibility with surrounding land uses, and availability of adequate infrastructure. The order of business will follow in conducting this hearing. The order of business we will follow in conducting this hearing will be a staff report, correspondence, testimony from the applicant, and then from people in support, and then from neutral people, and then people in opposition. Staff response if needed, questions from the council to staff, close of public hearing, and then deliberation by council. The city council decision will be the final decision of the city. All testimony and evidence must be directed toward the applicable substantive criteria. Failure to address the criterion or raise any issue with sufficient detail precludes an appeal based on that criterion or issue. Any party withstanding may appeal the decision of the City Council to the State Land Use Board of Appeals according to the rules adopted by that board. Persons withstanding are those who submit written comments or testify during the meeting. Does any member of council of the City Council wish to announce an actual or potential conflict of interest as defined in Oregon Revised Statute Section 244? Seeing none, does any member of the City Council wish to announce any ex parte contact? Lisa.
Yes, I do. And this is an ex parte contact just because I lost track of this case. I have a friend named Carol who lives in the condominiums at the end of Lava Drive, across sort of catty-cornered from the side of this. And she asked me about 6 weeks ago if this case had been decided, and I blissfully thought it had. I thought it had been decided by the Planning Commission, and I did not realize it was coming to us. And so I told her it had been decided. And the only substantive comment she made was that she thinks the city needs to create a four-way stop at Lava Drive and Waverly Court, and that that whole intersection will need some attention. And other than that, we had no substantive discussion of the application.
Okay. Anybody else? Nope. All right. Does any member of the audience wish to make any challenge to any council member's impartiality or ability to participate in this decision? if you do and you're in the meeting, raise your hand, the virtual hand, the Zoom hand, because we can't see you.
Or post a comment in the chat, I suppose.
Yeah, that would be okay too. No? Okay. In that case, we are ready for the staff report by our senior planner, Erin Colias.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen and go to the presentation. Okay. Can folks see something that looks like a PowerPoint? Great. Okay. Again, good evening. Vera Coley is here to present the staff report for this project. Okay. The subject property is located at 10415 Southeast Waverly Court. You see outlined here in aqua the three properties that make up the project. A property line adjustment is part of this application to create the development site for the project in question. The property is surrounded by residential development on three sides, including single unit and multi-unit development, and Waverly Country Club to the west. A portion of the property contains Dunbar Woods, which is the existing development that you see sort of with the property line going right through the middle of it, and the remainder of the site is undeveloped. Access to the development is proposed from Waverly Court off Lava Drive. No access is proposed from Waverly or from Lava Drive at this point. And given its proximity to the Willamette River, a portion of the site is in the Willamette Greenway Zone, and I have a zoning map to indicate that boundary. The site itself is located in the historic Milwaukee neighborhood. The site, the subject property is zoned residential R2, which is a high-density residential zone, and adjacent to the site and across Cambridge Lane is the R10 zone. As noted earlier, a portion of the site is in the Willamette Greenway Zone, which is the green hatched area that you see. And then the site plan that you see to the left has a green line. So everything sort of south of that green line is the Willamette Greenway Zone. So a portion of the development itself is outside the Willamette Greenway Zone. So this is the site plan for the project itself. The application is subject to a Type 4 review as a plan development. Again, Planning Commission considers whether the applicant has demonstrated compliance with the code sections, and then they make a recommendation to City Council, which is what occurred on January 12th. The proposed development is an addition to the Waverly Greens apartment communities. The 10.8 acre site is made up of three parcels and is currently developed with the Dunbar Woods apartments. And so you can see that labeled with Dunbar Woods existing. Parcel 2 is labeled as Waverly Woods. That's the proposed development, and then parcel 3 has been identified for future development. So those original three parcels, the property line adjustment will create these three parcels. One parcel for Dunbar Woods, one parcel for the Waverly Woods development, and then parcel 3, which is has been identified for future development. The proposal will be a phased construction of 4 multifamily apartment buildings with a total of 100 dwelling units. Project will be phased so that building A1, which is down sort of, in fact, if I can identify it here, building A1 will be built along the ridge in phase 1, building A2, and then the associated community room would be phase 2, and then the 2 garden buildings, B1 and B2, and the community center will be built as part of phase 3. So here you see the phasing plan, sort of phase 1 has been identified with a summer of 2021 start, and then key amenities will be completed with phase 1, and we've got some discussion about that a little bit later in the presentation. The project's general contractor estimates that each phase will take approximately 1 year to complete, resulting in 3 years of total construction for all 3 phases over the permitted 7-year time frame in our code for a planned development. Again, the midsummer 2021 construction start with site utility work is scheduled to start in late spring of 2021 with an approval, of course, of this project. That's required first. Construction of phase 2 would commence after phase 1 construction is complete, but that is subject to change depending on market conditions. The applicant did confirm in written testimony and on a revised site plan that key amenities in the proposal, that was something that came up during the planning commission hearing, including tuck under parking, preserved open space and vegetation areas, the community garden and viewing areas, and the forested path accessible from the public right-of-way would be available upon completion of building A1, which is phase 1. So that was a question that came up, sort of when will the key amenities be available, and several of the key amenities will be available at the completion of phase 1. Okay. So the application is actually made up of 5 separate applications. Again, the applicant is seeking land use approval to develop a 100-unit apartment community and is using the plan development process, which allows greater flexibility in design, and that would otherwise be possible through the standards of the underlying zone and in the Willamette Greenway. So there's a plan development and an associated zoning map amendment that goes with that. So if approved, this property would then be rezoned R2 PD. There's a Willamette Greenway review as part of this, a property line adjustment, as I mentioned earlier, and then a transportation facilities review, and that relates to the transportation impact study that was necessary and submitted as part of the application. So the process to date, or how did we get here? The first hearing with the Planning Commission was on October 27th. The time frame between November 10th and November 24th, there was additional information, revised materials, testimony, and applicant's rebuttal submitted as part of that time frame. On December 8th, Planning Commission held their second public hearing. December 15th was the deadline for the applicant to be able to submit their final written argument, which was also, of course, included in the packet. And then on January 12th was the third and final hearing. Planning Commission deliberated and voted 6-1 to recommend approval of the application to City Council. Staff's identified 3 key issues as part of the review for this application for your consideration and discussion this evening. And they are: does the proposed project comply with the applicable comprehensive plan? Does the project design adequately address the approval criteria for review of a development in the Willamette Greenway? And does the project provide enough exceptional advantages to warrant the additional proposed density and building height as allowed in Section 311, which is the Plan Development Code section? So the first key issue has to do with the applicable comprehensive plan, and in this case, the applicable comprehensive plan is in fact the 1989, or the former comprehensive plan. This application was submitted prior to the adoption and effective date of the new 2020 comprehensive plan. So the 1989 plan is the applicable plan that we would be reviewing this project against. And what you see on the screen are a summary and some of the bullet points of how this application does meet and comply with various sections of the comprehensive plan. Of course, the findings in the packet that you received goes through all of these in a lot more detail. But the sections that apply to the project, for example, the open space, scenic areas, and natural resources element of the plan, and this project preserves 40% of the site as a preserved forest. There are no mapped natural resources as part of this site, but again, the 40% of the site will be preserved in forest land. The residential land use and housing element of the comprehensive plan, of course, applies to this project. 30% of future needed housing has been identified as multi-unit housing or multi-unit development, so this property or this project fulfills that goal of providing 100 additional units of multi-unit housing. The property itself is zoned for high-density development, and the project has been designed with additional setbacks, landscaping, to provide that transition to the R10 zone that is adjacent and directly across the street from it. The Willamette Greenway element of the comprehensive plan, of course, applies to the project since a portion of the property is within the Willamette Greenway, and we'll get to the Willamette Greenway section of the review in the next key issue identification. And then the neighborhood element of the 89 plan talks about Waverly Heights as a mix of large homes and high-density apartments. So the 89 plan identified this entire area as Waverly Heights, not what was originally the original subdivision
known as Waverly Heights. And I know we have residents of the Waverly Heights neighborhood here, but the 89 plan talks about that entire area as Waverly Heights, and includes information and narrative about forest preservation, setbacks, compact design, high-end design, all of which this application and this proposed design meet. Okay, moving on to the Willamette Greenway review. So approval of a project in the Willamette Greenway is a conditional use that's subject to the provisions of both the Willamette Greenway section of the code, section 401, as well as the conditional use provisions of 905. So those are the approval criteria that we're reviewing the project against. The key criteria that apply to the project must be addressed by the application. Talk about the characteristics of the lot suitable for the proposed use. Will the operating and physical characteristics of the use be reasonably compatible with nearby uses, and will all identified impacts be mitigated to the extent practicable. The purpose of the Willamette Greenway is to protect, conserve, enhance, and maintain the natural, scenic, historic, economic, and recreational qualities of lands along the river and major courses that flow to the river. The property is the bulk of the property is within the Willamette Greenway, but not all of it, as we indicated in the zoning map earlier. And that zone functions as an overlay on top of the base zones. And some of the criteria that relate to the Willamette Greenway review you see here on the screen: compatibility with the river, minimal impact on surrounding uses, protection of views, landscaping, aesthetic enhancement, open space, etc. So these bullet points that you see on the screen. And so you see here on the map the outline in red. And then in blue, there's the Waverly Woods development, and you see where the development is in relation to the river itself. And these are some images that were provided as part of the application materials. The property itself is between 700 and 1,000 feet from the river, kind of as the crow flies. There's currently no access to the river from the subject property. It's not directly adjacent to the river. The proposal is consistent with the multifamily character of the surrounding area. It sort of, again, functions as a transition area because that's sort of the location of the property itself. And its relationship to the river. It's set back from the river, and it is separated from the river by both the golf course as well as other multi-unit developments, the condominium developments there at the end of Lava Drive. So it doesn't have a direct relationship to the river in that respect. There are multiple developments between it and the river. Maintaining the natural tree canopy and forested nature of the site are important aspects to the development that the applicant talks about in their application materials and in their presentations and testimony. And that includes the addition of recreational walking paths as part of the project through the forested site. And again, what we saw as part of the application materials were these these photographs that show us where the development would be and how visible it would be from the river, because views to and from the river are part of the approval criteria. They're creating, as part of the application, the proposal, new opportunities for views to the river from both those paths, and the new viewpoint that's going to be accessible from the public right-of-way up near Waverly Court. They are looking at removing several of the invasive species, dead or diseased trees, to be able to enhance the views themselves, but also to maintain the forest health of that preserved forest area. Overall, the project will minimally impact the views to or from the river itself. And so based on the criteria for the Willamette Greenway, the conditional uses, the findings show that the property is appropriate for the proposed development, and the design does take into account the necessary considerations for the Willamette Greenway itself. Okay. And then finally, the plan development review aspect, and the key question here is, does the project provide enough enhancements and amenities to warrant their requests that are beyond the base zone requirements? So They are asking for a couple of things within the plan development code that allows for, basically what we do within the plan development is create a new set of or development standards for the proposed development. They are requesting to increase the building height to 52 feet rather than 55 feet in the R2, but 35 feet in the Willamette Greenway. The Willamette Greenway code has a very specific provision where buildings are not to exceed 35 feet in height in the Greenway. Again, only a portion of the property is in the Willamette Greenway. So as part of the plan development review, they are asking for an exception to that standard. They do, however, meet the height, the maximum height of the base zone of the R2, but it's the Willamette Greenway height that is at issue, or that they're asking for an exception for within the plan development itself. As part of this, they're asking for a 20% density bonus to have a total of 100 units rather than 84, which would be the maximum density on the property, and they're asking for, rather than 150 feet of length in the buildings, they're asking for 203 feet. And they use some design considerations to offset the impacts of having a building that long. And so the overall package discusses the exceptional advantages that this property or this proposal offers that wouldn't be found in similar developments. Okay. So in the application materials and in the staff report, we go through some of these as well. The exceptional advantages of the project, the compact footprint of the overall project. The application shows the tuck-under parking that they are utilizing as part of their construction, so that they are not adding more pavement to the site than is absolutely necessary. They are preserving more than half of the site as in vegetation, and 40% of that is in that forest preserve. And there are site plans within the staff report that show sort of this green collar of that forest preserve around the project. They are relocating and enlarging the community garden for the residents of the development. The dwelling units themselves have been designed with very large balconies, oversized balconies from what we would typically see, cross ventilation in their design, corner windows. There's quite a bit of narrative in there about the architectural design of the buildings and how they've gone sort of above and beyond in the design of the actual structures themselves. They are proposing a public viewpoint to the river that is available to the public. It's adjacent to the public right-of-way. They have increased the landscape setbacks from the property lines greater than what is the minimum that is required in the base zone to be able to really kind of compactly design that project sort of interior to the site to the benefit of the surrounding neighbors as well. Future amenities for the project include solar panels and electric car chargers. There was an additional document that was included in your packet for this hearing that talks about their sustainability measures that they are committing to as part of the project. I just wanted to go over some of the phase 1 design details. Again, what you see outlined here in the red circle is that public viewing area that is accessible from Waverly Court that will be available to the public. And you can see that open space buffer area. So this is that forest preserve, that's 40%. Overall, the site will be 54% vegetated, but that forest preserve is 40%. And you can see in a sort of a dotted line the approximate walking path that they are proposing as part of that in that forest preserve area. The stated intent is to preserve that open space area, but again, they have not proposed a conservation restriction or an easement for that forest buffered area. That did come up during the Planning Commission hearing. Staff had included a draft condition, but final language for that condition would be pending any kind of further discussion if that's something that the council wanted to talk about. But the code itself does provide, if this were approved as part of the plan development, the final plan and design is the final plan, is the approved plan, and any work or anything proposed in that forest preserve area would not be permitted without any kind of city review or anything like that. So it is, for all intents and purposes, it is required, it's being proposed, and if it were approved, it would need to stay in this open space buffer as it is. There were comments received from residents both during the Planning Commission hearing, and I know we received public comments as part of this hearing as well, regarding the relationships of the buildings to the neighboring properties regarding visual impacts of the proposed buildings to their homes. The applicant submitted revised site plans during the Planning Commission hearing process that moved building A2, and I'm hoping you can see the little hand circling building A2. So they moved that building back an additional 6 feet away from the property line, from the adjacent property line. So it increased the proposed setback for a total of 49 feet from the property line and a total of 82 feet from the nearest corner of that nearest home itself. The site plan, and they provided this drawing to sort of show the relationship of the proposed buildings to adjacent structures, shows the total distance between buildings A2, B2, and B1 from the 4 closest residences of 218 feet, 200 feet, 143 feet, and 82 feet, respectively. The revised site plan also shows that building A2 is 99 feet from the Waverly Country Club property line. That was something that was discussed during the Planning Commission hearing as well. The applicant submitted building section diagrams illustrating the proposed building height, and again, at the top of the slope, the building is 43 feet in height here, and then 52 feet as measured in the code on the sloped section within. This is where the tuck under parking is. And there were also comments from neighboring properties regarding the sort of the sight lines to their properties. So the applicant submitted architectural drawings and sections that showed those studies, and so in addition to the distances that they increased those buffers and those setbacks, each site section includes vegetation to provide additional buffer to the proposed spacing. There were some questions about the privacy considerations. This project was submitted through our multifamily design guidelines, so the discretionary review for the multifamily design guidelines, not the standards. And the guideline for privacy considerations talks about multifamily development should consider the privacy and sight lines to adjacent residential properties and be oriented or screened to maximize the privacy of surrounding residences. So there isn't a mathematical standard, but it's about screening to the best of their ability. And so as part of the Planning Commission review process and through the findings, we found that the application does meet those design guidelines as it relates to privacy considerations. The maximum density in the R2 zone is 17.4 units an acre. Parcel 3 is not proposed for development at this time. So when you calculate with the steep slopes and without the steep slopes as related as the code defines, the maximum density on the property would be 84 units. Sorry. Without the steep slopes, it's 117, but on the site, because of the steep slopes, it's 84. They're asking for the 100 units, so they're asking for the 20% density based on their exceptional design. And again, decreasing their overall lot coverage, they're minimizing the footprint of their development, more than 54% of vegetation on the site, much needing rental housing, the community garden, the forest preserve, all of those exceptional advantages that we've already gone through there. That's part of the project's proposal in order to earn both the height, the increased height, as well as the density bonus on the site. The third sort of request that is sort of an exception, or they're asking for a new development standard for this project, is the building length. So they're asking for buildings to be longer than the 150 feet. They're asking for 203 feet, and they've been designed with this 23-foot wide entry area here to break up the overall bulk of the building that would be visible from the street. So they've effectively designed it as if it were two kind of attached buildings as opposed to one long monolithic wall. It's worth noting, and I think we included this in the staff report, that buildings in the original Waverly Greens development exceed 280 feet in width. So the additional 50 feet is not out of context in the surrounding neighborhood. What we have here on the screen are the approval criteria for the planned development. And again, compliance with the code requirements, compatibility with the surrounding area, demonstrated need for permitted uses. These are the approval criteria that we are reviewing the project against. We're also reviewing against the approval criteria in the Willamette Greenway Zone that we talked about earlier, the conditional use requirement, the conditional use section of the code, as well as the zoning amendment section of the code. And all of the findings that we included with the staff report go through those in detail about how the project meets and complies with all of those approval criteria. Comments were received as part of the City Council hearing process. All comments that were submitted as part of the Planning Commission hearings were included in the giant packet that came for this project, attachment 10, I believe. So we did receive comments from folks that you see on the screen that are named here as part of the City Council hearing process. The staff recommendation, as well as the Planning Commission recommendation, is to recommend approval of the project based on the findings and findings of fact and the conditions that we included. I will note on the conditions that between the City Council, or between the Planning Commission decision and the City Council packet materials, staff, that would be me, neglected to include one condition of approval that was discussed during the Planning Commission hearings, and it would have been a new condition 3C that had to do with blasting requirements. If any site work prior to any site disturbance activities, and if any blasting activities are to take place on the site, that public notifications consistent with state law are required. So it was a sort of a reiteration of making sure that as state law would require any kind of public notice for any kind of blasting activity, this project would need to comply with those state laws. So that I just wanted to note that there is one additional condition that should have been included in your packet, and I do apologize for that.
So it was,
oversight.
sorry, just to be clear on that, that was a condition that the Planning Commission
correct
made? Okay.
Yes, it was, and it wasn't included in your packet, and I apologize for that oversight. Okay. Council has some decision-making options. Can approve the application with the recommended findings and conditions of approval. That is our recommendation. You can approve the application with modified findings and conditions of approval. We'll need to, of course, read those modifications into the record. You could continue the hearing, or you could recommend denial, or you could deny the application. Again, we would need findings for denial to be read into the record. I will note that the 120-day clock was extended to February 18th for this application. That was to account for the earlier hearing. So if a continuation of the hearing, we would need to address the 120-day clock as part of that discussion. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I also, sorry, Council, this is Ann. I do have one correction from earlier tonight. When the mayor was reading the script, he said that the hearing would be completed at 10 p.m. and we would move to a future meeting. Council has the right, actually, to keep this hearing open tonight until 11 p.m. without further motion. And if you decide to move, if you want to stay later than 11, wouldn't recommend it, but if you want to stay later than 11, you can make a motion to actually extend the meeting beyond 11 p.m. The reason that it was included in the script that way is that staff made the assumption that you would want to use future meetings in order to address all of these things. So it really is up to you and your discretion.
We don't even need a motion at 10 o'clock? I thought we needed a motion to continue past 10 o'clock.
According to our city recorder, we do not, because there is a hearing that is noticed on the agenda that automatically bumps us to 11 p.m.
Cool. I wondered about that as I read it. Did people have questions? Because I do.
We're past February 18th. So did you mean March 18th, Vera?
I did not. I meant March 18th, but because the hearing was canceled, we didn't have a way of submitting a waiver, so we can deal with that tonight, I think. So, yeah.
Lisa?
Well, I guess one of my biggest questions is, did the city's arborist or any arborist on behalf of the city evaluate their tree cutting proposals?
Yes, this entire application was referred to the Public Works Department and our Urban Forester and Public Works Director.
And they had no objection to the proposed amount of tree cutting here?
We did not receive any comments from them about that, no.
Okay. Go ahead, I don't, yeah.
Quick question about the one condition, Vera, that you just added. I remember hearing the conversation during the Planning Commission hearings, and I was sort of struck by, I mean, it seems to me like one that wouldn't, I mean, it's a state requirement, so it's going to happen whether or not it's part of the conditions. And I mean, there's all kinds of state requirements, building code, I mean, all kinds of stuff that we wouldn't condition approval. So I guess is it something that we need to deal with tonight? Is it at all? I mean, or is it just it's acceptable that you've mentioned it, and beyond that, it's required by state anyway?
I think it should have been included in as a condition. I mean, written into the conditions. It does reiterate state law. There wasn't anything sort of beyond that was mentioned at Planning Commission, but it was important to the commissioners to have that in the conditions because folks were concerned about what kind of blasting might have to happen as part of the construction, and that notice ought to be given. So there wasn't anything above and beyond that, but so I think it should just sort of get included, even though it is reiterating state law.
Yeah, I guess I wondered if it might, I mean, I remember there was discussion about including things in sort of like a notes category. It seems to me like it's more appropriate for placement there than a real, we can't, we're not conditioning something that isn't already required. And I feel like that's usually what conditions of approval are used for.
Well, and I think that's, this is your final decision, so you can certainly not include that in the conditions, and if you didn't want to, I think that's probably up to you. And at some point, the city attorney can chime in.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we've got a really clean, when we get to the point, if we've got a clean motion, we don't need to deal with this as like an amendment or as amended by staff, or it may.
So, why does the Willamette Greenway have a 35-foot limit?
Yeah, I don't know that for sure. I think I'm going to surmise that it has to do with the views to and from the river. That there's a reason why properties that are west of downtown, have that height limitation. But the Willamette Greenway boundary itself is a little funky in places, as I'm sure we've all seen. So, yeah. So I that's just the best answer I have. I think it has to do with views and limiting kind of really tall buildings within that area. But this one is really far from the river and so on. So as part of our mission, yeah, right.
So there's nothing behind it.
Yeah.
So okay, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
But just wanted to be. Do you have any idea why the golf course is not in the Willamette Greenway?
So in looking at the golf course is in the county. It's in Clackamas County, not Multnomah County, and they have it mapped as an open space designation. I think I have that right, but not a Willamette Greenway designation. And I actually don't know why that is. I didn't go into sort of the records of the county to kind of get a sense of why it wasn't mapped that way. It would be pure speculation on my part if I said anything right now. I don't know.
That reiterates the point that the Willamette Greenway is very arbitrarily mapped. The distance from the property line that the buildings currently are, how much closer could they be within code?
Well, the R2 has setbacks of 20-foot rear and 5-foot side yard setbacks, so they could be quite
a lot closer.
Yes. Yep.
Okay. Max density, it makes no sense to me at all that we subtract steep slopes from max density. I understand it from minimum density, but it makes no sense on max density given the real world, right? The West Hills, San Francisco, Aspen, heck, across the river from this very development. There's development on much steeper slopes than what we're talking about here. We should definitely take a look, since we are redoing our code. That's something that has to be looked at. It's nonsense. And public amenities and benefits. I know there was a lot of conversation around that in the Planning Commission. And near as I can tell, there's still confusion about what the word public means in that phrase. Would you like to take a crack at defining that?
I will, and then I will respectfully request that the city attorney chime in on this as well a little bit. But there was a lot of discussion at the Planning Commission about this. At least one member of the Planning Commission believed, and that's why the vote was 6-1, that the benefits and amenities that are part of this project ought to be available to the public and open to the public. However, the way the interpretation and our understanding of what that means is that a public benefit doesn't need to mean the public being allowed to on the property and being able to use the property. The development itself, the preservation of the open space itself, all of those things are benefits for the public. The design and so on. So the amenities on the site, there isn't anything in the plan development code that requires that the public be provided access to this private property or be provided access to the community room or the clubhouse or the swimming pool or even the paths that are proposed on the forest. The overall design of the project and the way it's been designed and the amount of set aside for the forest preserve and the compact design are all benefits to the public. Its overall design is a benefit to the public, and that's how we have approached this project and approached that as an approval criteria. That a public benefit does not necessarily mean direct access to the site by the public.
And where, I mean, do we define that somewhere in our code in that way, or is that simply staff interpretation?
It's staff, but it's also sort of a kind of a dictionary definition of, when you think of the common usage of public benefit, it doesn't mean that, again, that a public benefit is something that doesn't need to be a material benefit that you can actually use or access to or touch. It can be, it's a benefit just sort of to the overall public by the just the presence of this development and how it's designed and all of those sorts of benefits of the project. It doesn't mean, and we have not required public access from other plan developments, and we haven't required those sorts of things from prior approvals either. So that's sort of all built into kind of how we are interpreting and understanding what the code can require of a private developer.
What was the last plan development we did, that we allowed?
Then it would have been probably the Grove, one of the single unit plan developments. Rusk Road was not approved, as you know. So we have a couple of plan developments. There's an R7 PD and there's an R10 PD, and those are essentially subdivisions that were developed under the plan development code so that their lot sizes we're more flexible. And the Grove, that's off of Stanley, just north of Railroad. And there is sort of an open space tract as part of that development because it's required to have open space as part of a planned development, but it's something that's maintained by the homeowners association and is available to the residents. If that was sort of where you were going with that. But yeah, we have a couple of sort of subdivision plan developments, but that's it. Not since Rusk Road have we
And
had.
that's like 1980s, right?
Yes, yeah, that's right.
I think Vera did a very good job explaining that. I'd probably summarize it by saying that development through the Planned Development Code does not turn your private property, into a place of public use or accommodation. So, and I think that's supportable by some of the language in the code. So some of the discussion at the Planning Commission was about the open space and the hiking trails. Well, when you look at the open space requirements in the Planned Development Code, it refers to the open space being adequate for the recreational and leisure needs of the occupants of the development. It's a pretty large jump to say that under the Planned Development Code that also includes, or by omission, and not stating it, that it should allow the public to access those trails. And I think the same can be true for the other amenities within the units. The gardens and the community room and the swimming pool and things like that. Development through the Planned Development Code does not render those necessary public accommodation. You could imagine some rather large liability issues there, not to mention the constitutional issues of putting that burden on a private development, on private property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Justin, would you mind, expanding on that? Because I think it's really important. It comes up, it's going to come up a lot, and I think it's really worth expanding on. I don't even think our code could allow, we wouldn't even be able to pass a code that could be enforced. We can't tell a private property developer that you must give us your land or give the public your land because of takings law.
That's correct, and I would go even further than that. The Planned Development Code, as a city, we are not, because there isn't any natural resource disturbances here where we're asking them to mitigate and do plantings. They're actually proposing to preserve some forest space to meet their open space requirement. By virtue of that, you're providing public benefit by preserving trees beyond what they might need to provide otherwise. But to take that one step further, you can't force them to allow the public to come onto your property. It's one of the most valuable property sticks in the bundle of property sticks is the ability to exclude others from your property, and that's subject to oodles of constitutional law analysis at the Supreme Court.
Okay, Lisa, go ahead. You're muted.
What code provision is it that actually prompted this whole discussion? I've been having trouble finding.
I actually don't think there was a code provision that prompted the discussion. I think Commissioner Hemer felt that the definition of public benefit, because public benefit's not defined in the code, and I think he believed, and I think he stated this at the hearing, that means that the public should be able to enjoy.
But which one asks for a public benefit?
I'm sorry.
That's part of the planned unit development code.
Oh, it's one of the considerations that you have to provide in order to develop through the Planned Development Code. And I look at this application and I see the preservation of trees. I see that they actually are proposing to provide a publicly accessible viewpoint of the river that doesn't currently exist. It's not trails, but it's something that doesn't exist already that is actually publicly facing. There's a point I missed before where they've decided, I didn't state it before, but they have proposed building this trail network and preserving the forest and improving the forest, even through the Planned Development Code, because there's no natural resource disturbance. The city doesn't really have the ability to go in there and mandate a standard for preservation. or how they take care of their forest beyond, say, the tree code or a variety of other things that apply to private property. But they are proposing that as part of their application. And that proposal will be locked into the findings and locked into the planned development zone if it's approved by council.
And I don't want to take us too far down this road, but because we're talking about things that came up in the Planning Commission, I just briefly feel like this fits in here as well. There was a number of comments from Planning Commission and actually from the public about affordable units. And I believe that this is kind of in that same category where I just want to take a moment to explain that that is also something we cannot require a developer to provide. We have incentives and we can encourage, but it is not something that is, to my knowledge, in any way required of a planned development.
Well, and actually, corresponding to that, there is the public benefit because this development is going to pay our construction excise tax.
And there's a public benefit in that we have a dramatic slowdown in housing starts in the region again. We're down 37% because of the pandemic, but people are still moving here. So we are once again poised to fall behind like we did during the big recession in 2008. And that is going to make it even harder for us to achieve affordable units. So every unit we build, regardless of its cost, right now is insurance to some degree against that situation getting worse.
But we're edging into discussion here. We're still supposed to be in the question part of the meeting. Okay, so are there any more questions for staff? I see none.
Actually, I do have one, which is, I take it that, I mean, you mentioned a couple times, Vera, the replacement with a larger community garden. I take that that's on some other parcel in the Waverly development. That's not on this parcel?
No, that's on.
Is it on this parcel?
It is. It's next to the community center in phase 3. It's on the plans. It's sort of around the community. I can share my screen and show you the site plan again.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Are you asking if the current community garden is on this parcel?
No, I know the current is.
Okay.
I'm asking if the replacement is. I didn't realize the replacement was.
Yeah.
And
so if you can see my screen, so this is the phase 3 portion of the property, and so here's the community center, and then the community garden is here, sort of where it says the gardens.
Larger than the current one?
Well, I don't know how to scale this is as far as the size of it, and the applicant, is here. They can answer that as well, but I know that they proposed it was going to be larger, and it would be sort of here adjacent to the community center near building B1.
Any other questions for staff? All right. So have we received any more correspondence since the packet?
Since the packet was posted, a couple of comments were submitted today. I think those are the two that didn't make it into the packet. A letter from Peggy Ream, and then a letter from attorney Mike Robinson, who had represented or I guess does or did represent the country club.
I saw that one.
Yep, and they are now in support of the project.
I didn't see the one from Ream. I'll have to look for that. Okay. We are now at the point in the hearing where council will hear testimony. I will recognize those persons wishing to speak, and any questions should be addressed through me. When you are promoted to the panel to speak, please state your name and city of residence for the record. As this hearing will be recorded, I encourage those speaking to confine their remarks to the hearing topic and avoid repetition and irrelevant information.
The applicant doesn't speak first?
Yes, they are part of this.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Representatives of organizations may have 5 minutes, and individuals will be limited to 3 minutes. I assume the applicant has more than 5 minutes. Somebody, anybody?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
All right, first start, and that's where we're starting. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Vera, do you know what names we're looking for in the attendees list?
Mike Connors.
Mike Connors, I believe.
Okay,
Attorney.
I see him. I'm promoting him to panel. Anybody else?
And he'll tell you. He'll
Okay.
let him in. He'll tell you who else to come in.
Okay, Mr. Connors, have you made it in? Here he is. Mr. Connors, are you there? Can you hear us? Hello?
Okay, I think I've got my video and my microphone on now.
Are you going to be joined by anybody else, Mr. Connors? Should I promote anybody else?
Well, I'm gonna handle the bulk of our testimony. There may be some questions that would require somebody else on the project team to assist with that.
Okay.
And maybe what I can do is, if we get to that point, mention some names that we can try to pull some people up.
Sure. And do you intend to share your screen to show a PowerPoint or anything like that?
I do not.
Do not. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Gamba and members of the council. For the record, my name is Mike Connors. I'm an attorney with Hathaway Larson, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant Walker Ventures LLC. As you've heard, Walker Ventures LLC is a family-owned business, the Weiss family, and they own several different multifamily residential apartment complexes, including some of the nearby apartments. So they have quite a bit of experience owning and operating these kinds of developments. As I alluded, I'm going to handle the bulk of the testimony, but there are some other folks on the line, including members from the Wise family, or architects and other consultants. So to the extent you have technical questions that I can't handle, or somebody wants to chime in, then there are other people on our team besides just me on this call. And per usual, Vera did an excellent job with the staff report, very thorough. And I know you've read the record, a lot of extensive testimony from the Planning Commission. So it's not my intent to go through detail by detail through the project, which is why I didn't propose a PowerPoint. And I'm sure you're all happy about that now, given the late hour. But what I do want to do is just give you a little bit of background regarding the sort of intent of this project, some of the key features, and address some of the key issues that I think have been presented to you. First of all, in terms of what was the goal or intent with this project, there was a quote from a letter that Scott Weiss prepared that I quoted in my closing argument on page 2. Hopefully you had a chance to look at that. But what it really talked about was, from the beginning, the Weiss family wanted to do something special with this property. It's a beautiful scenic river location, forested, and they wanted to provide an exceptional project that would allow them to take advantage of that beautiful setting, retain as much of the natural features as they can, in part to give it more of a natural setting as opposed to a rural setting you see in a lot of these types of apartment projects, and to minimize some of the impacts of the surrounding neighborhood. And so they worked with their architect and consultants and considered a number of different options, and it became clear, particularly because of some of the slopes and some of the existing trees and vegetation on the property, that they weren't going to be able to achieve their goal if they were required to do strict compliance with the base zone requirements. And so then we began looking at plan development, working in coordination with your planning staff, and it really became apparent that plan development was the vehicle that would allow us to be able to do that kind of exceptional development, minimize the impacts, and do it in a way that would comply with the standards. And so that's where the idea behind the plan development came up. And as you know, plan development, the whole purpose for that process is to allow for more flexibility in the standards so that the overall project can be superior than what would be provided for under the base zone, subject to some of that flexibility or exceptions. And so some of this was covered by Vera, but just to kind of highlight what are some of the key benefits or trade-offs that this plan development allows for. First one is a significantly smaller development footprint by allowing us to increase the height and length of buildings A1 and A2. And I just want to emphasize, those are the only two buildings that we're requesting those exceptions or adjustments to. What that has done is it allowed us to be able to propose 4 buildings as opposed to 5. We also have some tuck under parking that we proposed under the A buildings that again allow for far less impervious surface because you don't have the surface parking lot, you've got it underneath the building taking advantage of the ridge. And I was listening to your SDC conversation earlier. For obvious reasons, I think you see a lot of the benefit of trying to minimize the amount of impervious surface. So if you look at what we're proposing, the building lot coverage area is approximately 22%, whereas under the code, under the base zone, up to 45% is allowed. So if you look at that difference, it's roughly about half of the footprint of what would be allowed under the base zone requirements. Second issue, it allowed us to provide for more open space, preservation of the natural trees and vegetation. We're proposing 54% open space, roughly 40% of that will be the natural forest vegetation that's out there on the property, subject to the arborist recommendations on getting rid of invasive species, dying trees, etc. But if you compare that to what's allowed under the base zone, you're looking at a 15% open space. So, roughly tripling that just on the open space. So we view that as a big benefit. Third issue is that it allowed for significantly greater setbacks. You've heard from some of the surrounding neighbors concerns about the impacts because some of the neighbors are single-family residents. And I think Vera addressed the issue about, for instance, side setbacks, we're talking 5 feet. But because of the more compact development footprint, it's allowed us to move those buildings further from the adjacent properties. So now, we've got the closest home to one of our buildings is 82 feet. And then some of the surrounding single-family homes goes from 82 feet to 143, 200, 218 feet. So a significant difference in providing some of that additional setback and buffer from surrounding properties. It also, fourth issue is it allowed us to provide for additional residential units. As was mentioned during your discussion, the city's current housing needs analysis shows a deficit in housing. I do think there's a trend that is going to be challenged even further because of COVID. And what this project will do is provide 100 units that will be able to accommodate those residential needs. And the nice thing about that is that we're able to provide those additional residential needs without increasing the development footprint impact. So it's kind of a dual benefit. Fifth benefit trade-off, superior design features. The A1 and A2 buildings take advantage of the ridge and are going to provide exceptional views to the river. We've got the tuck under parking, which is secured parking. It's pretty unusual to have that kind of parking for multifamily apartment complexes. More windows, including corner windows that will provide for better views and light into the individual units. Oversized balconies, again, with the views, especially those looking out towards the river, providing exceptional views with the larger, living space or balcony space that would accommodate that. And then also, roughly 80% of the units will allow for cross ventilation, just because of the way we were able to lay out the project. And so those we view as sort of the exceptional superior design features. And then the sort of community features as well as the sixth element. We are going to be providing a replacement community garden and pool area. There'll be natural paths through the forest areas. We did submit since the Planning Commission hearing that sustainability memo that Vera referenced that talks about the sustainability measures that we're proposing as part of the project, including solar, electrical vehicle hookup, and the Weiss family does have experience with this in in their other projects where they do provide for solar type energy benefits. So overall, those are all of sort of what we view as the benefits, additional benefits or trade-offs that we're gaining from using the plan development process. Looking at the converse, focusing on what are some of the exceptions or adjustments we're asking for. There are exceptions, adjustments from the base zone requirements, but in terms of impacts, they're fairly small. So if you look first at the increased height, as I indicated, that only applies to the A1, A2 buildings. Those are the buildings that are going to be along the ridge line. They'll be the furthest removed from the Waverly Heights single-family subdivision area. And the height that we're talking about, your code has sort of two height measurements. One is from the high point and the low point. So from the low point, meaning on the slope section, that's where you saw in the staff report we're asking for 52 feet. But from the other side, the side that faces away from the river, it's 43 feet. Your R2 zone allows for up to 45 feet. And because we're proposing additional open space, we actually could go up to 55 feet. So we're well within compliance even with the proposal in the R2. It's really just the Willamette Greenway requirement that it be 35 feet. So again, it's not too significant of an increase by that. It's only a portion of the project, and it really only applies to the Willamette Greenway portion of the property. Second adjustment or exception that we're asking for is the increased building length. Your code, base code, requires 150 feet. We're proposing 203 feet. But as Vera pointed out, we've added some design elements, in particular a significantly recessed entry area that really breaks up the building so it doesn't have that monolithic feeling. And that recessed area is about 32 feet wide. So it really does give more the appearance of more than one building. And then if you look at the surrounding area, like Stewart Hall, Waverly Hall, those buildings are well in excess of what we're proposing. We're talking about 280 feet in length, roughly. So this is proportionate with some of the other multifamily projects in the area. We think with that design element, we've really mitigated the kind of visual impact that creates. And then the last, third exception that we're asking for is increased density. Again, typically when you see an increased density, you're seeing more buildings, more building footprint. But what we've been able to do here is increase the density, but do it in a way that actually provides for a smaller footprint. And so we view that as a real plus, and as I indicated earlier, I think it's a real benefit to the city given the housing needs. So the end result of this, we think, is really consistent with the whole purpose for the plan development process, and that is to provide more flexibility on strict compliance with every criteria in exchange or with a trade-off for superior elements that make the project overall a superior project than what would be developed under the base zone. And hopefully, as I kind of walked you through all those trade-offs, you can appreciate that this is a significantly superior project because of the plan development flexibility, and the adjustments that we're asking for are fairly minor in terms of impacts, fairly insignificant in terms of impacts of what would otherwise be the case. Now, even though we designed this project to try to deal with some of the issues of minimizing impacts with the neighbors, I want to make sure that the council understands we really have made concerted efforts to work with the surrounding neighbors and try to address their concerns. We met with the neighborhood association going back to July of 2020. It was actually a very positive meeting. We got a lot of positive feedback, but we took that feedback into consideration. And then as we've gone through this process, we've continued to talk, private meetings, private conversations with the closest and most effective property owners. And you see that if you read some of the even more recent comment letters. So it's not just me saying that. To try to see what we can do to try to address their concerns and try to mitigate some of the impacts. To give you an example of some of the things that we've employed, Vera mentioned we moved the A2 building 6 feet further away from the property line. because that's the area where one of the single-family residents was the closest to the project. So we moved that to provide additional buffer. We provided some visual studies to the neighbors so that they can see that given the topography and the proximity of their properties to our property, there really isn't going to be any line of sight into their properties. There's this buffer area that sort of surrounds or is between our project and the adjacent property, and that is going to provide significant screening. And then lastly, we've asked our landscape architect to work directly with some of the neighbors to talk about additional plantings that we can make along that property boundary. And we're committed to, as part of those plantings, to make those plantings in the first phase of the project, even though the A2 building won't be done until the second phase. So that will give some of those plantings some opportunity to grow and mature and provide additional screening. And then lastly, there was reference to Waverly Country Club. They hired Mike Robinson, who I know I've worked with him on a lot of projects and raised a number of issues. But really what we were trying to get at is with the Country Club is, what is your concern? And so we've been talking to them quite a bit prior to the Planning Commission process, since the Planning Commission process, and we've reached a agreement on how to address their concerns. And the letter that you got today from Mike Robinson, as somebody on our project team said, it's the briefest letter they've ever seen a lawyer write, because it was literally one sentence. So that was monumental, but it's really clear they're withdrawing their opposition and they support the project. Because again, we were able to work out an arrangement so that we could address their core concerns, which I think were much narrower than what appears to be the case in Mr. Robinson's letter. I mean, I've been retained to file comments on a project, and you look at everything, not just the specific issues you're concerned about. That's what I think they did here. But thankfully, we were able to work together, and kudos to the Country Club. They worked with us in good faith, and we were able to address their concerns, and now they can support the project. With that being all said, we understand that there are still some remaining concerns that some of the neighbors have submitted in recent comments. And I want to go through all of those because I think we've addressed this material, but just a few I want to kind of highlight and respond to. First one is concern about having a multifamily residential project, adjacent to single-family residential and the compatibility with it. But if you look at your zoning code, the R2 is a medium to high-density residential zone. It specifically permits multifamily residential. And your comp plan designation is consistent with that. It refers to our property as a high-density residential area. And the overall Waverly Heights area, which includes both the apartment, multifamily elements you see out there, as well as single-family, it recognizes that this is a mixed area. It will be a mix of single-family and multifamily. Hopefully, you'll agree that because of the reduced development footprint, the additional buffer and screening that we've been able to retain, that this is the ideal kind of project that you want to have as a transition. Because it really does provide more of a buffer than you typically see, and at least that's certainly required under your base zone requirements. And then lastly, there are multiple multifamily residential units in the immediate area, so I think that shows that this really isn't incompatible. It's compatible with the general area. Another issue of concern is impacts on the Willamette Greenway. Important to understand it doesn't cover the whole property. It covers approximately 70%. But the Willamette Greenway criteria don't preclude development. In fact, they expressly allow all development that is permitted under the base zone. What really requires an applicant to do is to take into consideration the natural features of the property and try to mitigate the impacts. And for all the reasons that I listed before, we really feel that we've done that. We've done it in a way that is better and superior than what we would have been able to do if we were just doing this as a base zone kind of development. And I went through those smaller footprint, more open space, more natural features. And in terms of impacts on the river view, I do think that is one of the key criterias. The very little impact on river views both to and from the river. And I think this council probably knows this, but it's important to understand that you have the Waverly Country Club, you have other multifamily residential units that are between our project and the river. We're about 1,000 feet from the river, so to the extent this isn't one where there's pristine undeveloped area and we're introducing a new development, this is just a further layer of that. And given the the retention of so many of the trees, natural forest area out there, that will mitigate any kind of visual impact even further. There are some concerns that were raised and you talked about in terms of privacy considerations. And as Vera explained, your code has design guidelines, and there's sort of two options. There's objective options that are, clear standards, and then there's discretionary. We're using the discretionary type criteria. And what the discretionary criteria requires on the privacy element is that you consider the privacy and sightline to adjacent properties, and use things like orientation and screening to try to maximize that privacy. And that's really what we've done. What we're talking predominantly about is the A2 building, because that's the closest building to any single-family residential. We're retaining that forested buffer area between that building and the surrounding properties. We're agreeing to additional planting. We've shown the line of sight sort of documents to those neighbors and talked with them so that they can see there'll be significant screenage that will prevent any kind of direct line of sight into their property. And then the additional setback, including moving the building back, we think complies with that criteria by orienting the building away from those properties, providing additional screening and setback, creating a buffer there. Next issue is construction noise. You also had some conversation about that. One thing I do want to clarify is that there was a comment letter from one of the neighbors expressing serious concern about some recent construction activity, I believe within the last week or two. And the neighbor presumed it associated with our project. We confirmed this with staff, but that is not associated with our project. That was a PGE project, transformer, and they were doing it unilaterally on their own. And so in terms of our project, your city code imposes specific construction noise standards, and we will comply with those standards. And to the extent we're talking about any kind of a blasting, and I want to be hesitant using the term blasting. I think that's a little bit worse than it sounds like it really is, but there could be some elements that fall under the blasting, and certainly we'd be subject to state law standards and would comply with those. So on those issues, I do think that your code already addresses them, and we're going to be required and will comply. And hopefully you'll see, given how hard we've worked with the neighbors on the project, that we're going to continue to be good neighbors, and we understand that will make our life easier and better doing so. With that being said, ultimately, as you know, your decision really comes down to, do we satisfy the applicable approval criteria? And we think in this case, not only do we satisfy, but we exceed that criteria and requirements in a number of regards. We provided detailed application narratives and comments and a closing argument to try to explain that. Your staff has reviewed this carefully and thoroughly. They agree that we comply. And the Planning Commission voted 6-1 in terms of recommending approval, because they agreed that we comply with the criteria. We understand there are still some neighbor concerns, but we've done our best to try to address those. And with all due respect, I'm not sure that all of those concerns are really related to approval criteria. And so we think, on the basis of the evidence argument, staff report, Planning Commission decision before you, that there's ample grounds to find compliance with approval criteria, and we ask that you approve our project subject to the recommended findings and conditions. With that concludes my testimony. And I guess I'll ask anybody on our project team if they feel that they need to add anything, and then I'll open up any questions to the council.
If you're with Mr. Connors and you'd like to speak, maybe raise your hand so I know who to promote, because I'm not seeing any indication of anybody interested in speaking.
Okay.
I guess that's a good sign for me. So again, if you have any questions, please let me know. But I believe we'll get a rebuttal time period after you hear other public comments, and I can answer questions at that point as well. But otherwise, thank you for your patience and perseverance tonight and allowing our application to be heard.
Lisa. Go ahead, Lisa.
Mr. Connors, the materials say you will be complying with the city's 40% tree canopy goal. And I'm not quite sure I understand if that means 40% of the property. I mean, I know there's 45% or something in the slopes and 54% of total landscaped area. But in terms of actually measuring tree canopy, there's a ton of trees. And at this point, I'm now looking at page RS312 of the packet, where I assume the red trees are marked for removal. There's a lot of trees coming down on that slope, according to this plan. And I want to know that you've calculated that even with all those removals, you're still going to have 40% tree canopy?
That is correct. And understand canopy is not. I'm sure you understand this, but just to clarify, canopy is the the broader breadth of the tree, not necessarily just each trunk. So you're looking at the top part of the tree. And the arborist report that I believe that you're looking at, the trees that it's identifying as for removal are trees that our arborist has determined as either are dead, seriously diseased or damaged. And so a lot of those recommendations are not because we want to remove the trees, but because we've determined that those trees are in poor condition and want to avoid any issues. But the arborist report does support our belief and assertion that we satisfy the city's 40% canopy requirement, and as very indicated, your urban forestry staff reviewed it as well. So I think we have an agreement on that. I wish I could answer your question more technically, but I'm not an arborist, so I can't. But I guess what I will say is I believe the arborist report and evidence supports our position, and I believe your city arborist supports that as well.
Well, I wish we'd heard more affirmatively from our city arborist, but I'm also not an arborist, but I have worked in park restoration for the last 20 years in parks around Milwaukee. So today I went down and looked, and I didn't go out into this actual parcel because I wasn't sure if that would be trespassing, but from Lava Drive, I could look at parcel 3. And your trees in parcel 3 are just covered with ivy. Just covered with ivy. So there's been poor stewardship, and some of those trees are probably beyond redemption. But some of those trees, if we remove the ivy, may be survivable trees. And so I'm curious as to whether your arborist looked at trees with that through that vantage point. And I guess I just generally have concern about the number of trees proposed for cutting here and some of the species and things. So
yeah,
we wish we heard affirmatively from our arborist.
So one thing I do want to say on the point about the ivy, part of our proposal with the project is to remove invasive species. So that I can't give you all the details because I don't know all the details, but that is part of the plan. So that would likely result in removal of some of that ivy. And in terms of comment about the condition of the property, I think it may not be as in great a condition because it's undeveloped property, and its property owners typically don't invest a lot on undeveloped, and that is one of the benefits of this project. Is this project will allow us to come in and clear out some of those
dead, diseased, structurally impaired trees, remove the invasive species. The removal of invasive species, I hope and do believe, will allow for the retention of some of those trees that you saw. And I think it will be an improvement over the current condition. Hopefully between sort of understanding that, understanding, with your arborist report and your city arborist review that, I'm sure if we didn't comply, somebody would have said something by now. So I feel confident that we do comply with the tree canopy requirement. Thank you.
Do you have anybody with you that is more familiar with the topic of discussion that we're in right at the moment? It's the trees and the tree planting and the tree preservation.
I'm not sure that our arborist is on the call. I guess I would just ask on our project team if the arborist is on the call. Can they raise their hand?
There's either arborist or the landscape.
Yeah, somebody who can speak to this more specifically. I don't know if we have somebody in our team that's capable of doing that.
Well, a second ago, Duncan Wise had their hand raised.
That's one of the owners.
Yeah.
Shall I?
And Duncan, if he does have his hands raised, he may be able to provide more specifics because he has worked more with the arborist and looked at those trees than I have.
We're promoting him to panel now.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Hi, for the record, my name's Duncan Wise. I am one of the owners, and I have been spending a lot of time cutting ivy on those trees lately, Councilor. And yes, we are very much committed to protecting as many of the trees as we can. The arborist report identified invasive trees and some damaged trees, which we will need to remove, but we are very committed to keeping that forest area a really beautiful shaded area down between the new units and the country club, and are very focused on protecting a really wonderful area in that part of the property. So yeah, we're going to have a better cared for forest. We're working hard to. I've been cutting out the ivy so we can protect the trees, and we're very committed to that. I think you'll find the arborist report was a really thoughtful piece of work to making those recommendations.
Duncan, it's good to hear your voice.
Yes, good to hear. Thank you.
Going through the list of trees that are coming out, there were a solid handful. I didn't actually take a count, but a dozen or more, maybe even 20 oak that were in fair to good condition and with a DVH of 20 inches or better. So those are 100-year-old trees or better with potentially another 300 years of life left in them. From a environmental standpoint, from an ecological standpoint, they are high-value trees. It was hard. I hate this COVID world we're in right now. It was really hard for me to go through the plan and see where exactly those trees were, even though they were numbered. Are any of those trees in a place where an adjustment to the parking lot or a change of, having a sidewalk take a little bit of a deviation from straight or anything like that would protect some of those bigger oak trees? Because as you well know, you guys have one of the most well-landscaped apartment complexes I've ever seen. As you well know, big, healthy, mature trees like that are really valuable to the property and as well as to the public.
Well, Mayor, I'm reluctant to say this, but I spent all last weekend on that very question, because now that we've done some clearing and site prep just to take some of the ticking on the rocks. We have been looking at some of those trees. There may be with some adjustment, which would not be major, to save some more oak. So yeah, if you're I am with you on that. We are all very committed to saving every tree we possibly can. So it's conceivable as we get the final, as you say, the final positioning of the road and the sidewalks, we may be able to save some of those big roads. So we're working very hard on that. I am passionate around that issue. So thank you for suggesting it.
Can I just throw in real quick? I've been thinking a lot about bugs lately, and the mayor laughs because he's heard me do this, but fallen trees could be really great habitat. So just something to throw out there as you're thinking about how to best make this a good functional part of a functional forest. That's something to think about. And you probably already know that, but sometimes you just need to say the thing to know that you know the thing, and then I can let it go.
Yeah, no, actually, it's my daughter, and she was explaining that to me this last weekend too. She was looking at, you're not going to, keep that stump there. You don't want to lose it. So yes, we are very committed to this forest and improving it. Thank you.
And so, and along those lines, some of the species marked for removal, like one of them is the hawthorn, the non-native hawthorn, the English hawthorn. I will tell you that most of the parks people I work with say, yeah, it's non-native, but it's, they don't try to remove it from the parks. It's not considered a noxious. It's not on either Washington or Oregon's noxious plant lists. It's not really invasive. It's not native, but it's not really considered invasive. So, I mean, I just put that out there, that just because something is not native does not necessarily mean we should be removing it. Some commenter said that there was a drop from 200 to 135 in the number of saved trees. Is that correct? And what led to that, if it's correct?
Well, I'm not familiar with that. I'm not exactly sure what that commenter is referring to.
Yeah, I tried to figure that out myself, and I pick out where that might have come from. On the tree question, I'm sure your arborist is a heck of a lot more knowledgeable than I am. But the tree protection ring that is shown is, what was it, a 10-foot diameter? It was relatively small and arbitrary. As I understand it, the root system is roughly the same as the branch system, just underground. And you can take some of those roots and not lose the tree, but if you had, say, one of these 40-inch diameter oaks, the root protection zone would have to be a whole lot bigger than what's being shown as the intended root protection zone, as I understand it. Again, I'm not an expert, but we dealt with this when we built the library, so.
Well, that's a good comment, and we'll definitely share that with our arborists. I mean, trust me, we have mutual incentive to try to save, particularly those trees that we're intending to save, because if we were to cut the roots and that were to damage the tree, and that would be a problem for us. So duly noted, we'll definitely advise our arborists to that when it comes to construction time. I think it will be more of a specific review and analysis of where those protection areas need to be based on each tree.
I might be moving away from trees. Any more comments or conversation, questions about trees? Okay. Bike parking. Your protected bike parking areas, will it have access for charging for e-bikes?
I don't believe it's currently proposed. So that's something we can consider because we definitely have the electrical vehicle set up. But I'm not aware of any e-bike type setup, but it's certainly something if we have the general structure that we would be able to accommodate. And again, it would be an amenity if we have a resident that's interested in that. That would be something that would be amenity we can provide.
It's just a standard plug. It's not like a car charging. You just plug it in the wall just like you would your toaster.
Got it.
And given the hill that they have to climb and the likely age of a lot of the tenants, I would suspect that e-bikes may be pretty popular.
Mayor, we were just talking about it last week, and whether I think we are going to do that. Because of course we are doing the electric vehicle charging. We're asking, are we doing e-bikes? So I think duly noted.
And just for my total curiosity as a wine buff, I've never seen a wine cellar in an apartment complex before. Tell me about that.
Oh my gosh, Mayor, this is a big family conversation. I am strongly in favor of this. There's some question, but I really appreciate that observation. So yes, we're thinking about that as one of the amenities.
Let's see, I feel like I had one more question in here.
Well, I have.
Go ahead, Lisa.
This question has been bothering me since day one. I meant to start with it. Waverly, L-E-Y or L-Y? You guys have it both ways in your materials. The city has it both ways in their materials. Can we resolve once and for all what is the proper spelling of Waverly?
It's L-E-Y, and I know that because my clients have had to point that out to me. So I may be the main culprit on that misspelling, and I will admit that spelling is one of my biggest weaknesses. So I'll claim that defense. But yeah, L-E-Y.
Okay.
So I did see the page on the sustainability measures talking about the solar and the car charging, the EV charging stations, which I think is extraordinary. It's great. Have you guys landed on a green standard for the construction?
I don't know the answer to that question. I believe the answer is we have not landed on a standard, but I'll invite anybody to correct me or to provide further explanation on that issue.
Is the question like we're not going to do LEED just because there's a lot of cost to that, but we're going through that process. We've got our architects are really strong on sustainability, and we're going through item by item for sustainability issues. I don't know quite what, but we are definitely very conscious as we go through on all the systems that as we're making those decisions. So I don't know.
Right. There's all kinds of various standards. There's net zero. There's passive house. There's net zero ready, which is a particular Oregon process and standard. I just was curious if you guys had landed.
Not a specific, but we are going through item by item for all of our systems to look at sustainability. It's very much part of the whole design conversation.
If I could interrupt here for a second, we're already at 10:20, so I definitely want questions about relevant criteria and things along that matter that might help inform your deliberation. But we do have some members of the public that still need to testify, as well as the applicant's rebuttal. So I think we should try to keep moving forward as best we can.
Yep, public benefits, Justin. If that's all the questions we have for the applicant. Yes, okay. So I'm going to try and do this from memory because I have a different page pulled up now. Is there any testimony in favor of the proposal? Neutral testimony. Anything, Scott?
Not seeing anything, Mr. Mayor. But I will say, I don't know if it's a neutral question. There was a comment in the chat that someone asked about what made Waverly Country Club change their mind. I don't know if that's a neutral question or something that perhaps can be followed up after.
All right. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to the project?
I see one hand raised. I have a Gloria Stone.
Okay.
And Gloria, I'll promote you to the panel. Gloria, are you with us?
Yes. I see a black square with her name on it. Can you unmute, Gloria?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, for listening to all this tonight. I know it's getting very late. And my name is Gloria Stone. My husband and I live at 10230 Southeast Cambridge Lane in Milwaukee. Our property borders the entire northern perimeter of the proposed development. We built our home 50 years ago and have been active Milwaukee residents our entire lives. We've lived in the city of Milwaukee. Our neighborhood has sent many letters and testified numerous times in opposition to this development in its current form. And I trust that you've reviewed all that testimony, so I'm not going to repeat all that tonight. We realize that the apartments will be built in this R2 zoned property. However, since 1973, the city planners and the city council have assured our neighborhood that there would be a significant buffer zone between low-density residential and R2 properties. Our city comprehensive plan and the Milwaukee City Code and the Greater Willamette Greenway give us the guidance to work within. Hours of work and public input have formulated those plans. I've been involved in those. Our city documents require attention to building within our city and give specific guidelines to assure the properties don't encroach upon the livability of others. We ask you, our elected councilors, to insist on abiding by the key statutes and goals that are provided in those documents. Our city planning documents don't allow apartments higher than 3 stories in this area. That requirement should be maintained. As yet, we as neighbors still don't know how many feet the buildings A2 and A1 will soar into the air. We've asked for this information multiple times because the actual height really does matter. It appears these 4-story buildings will peer down on our residences from 55 to 60 feet when you look at the exposed concrete parking garage and the roof line and the mechanical installation. Further, balconies above the first floor will have a direct view into our homes. And City Code does specifically address those issues. The documents that were provided to you by the developer show screening, and let me tell you, the screening does not exist today. So we're talking about trees that will be planted, and we're more than happy to work with the developer to do that. But trees that will be planted now will provide that screening in 10 to 15 to 20 to 30 years to get trees at that height. We also live downgrade about 15 feet from the property that we're talking about developing. Further, the significant buffer and the 40% preserved forest proposed is almost non-existent. To Lisa's earlier comment, many existing trees and vegetation toppled during the ice storm 2 weeks ago. and the canopy document will of necessity need to be revised. I can tell you that our entire property line is devastated after that ice storm, and the buffer that formerly existed between the B2 properties and our property is lying on the ground. We ask you to seriously review our city planning documents and use their carefully thought out requirements in the approval process for this development. Finally, our historic Waverly Heights neighborhood deserves the same consideration regarding livability as does the development. We're more than happy to assist in coming to a mutual and beneficial conclusion. With that, I thank you for listening.
Thank you. Is there anybody else, Scott?
I'm not seeing any other hands or comments, Mr. Mayor. Oh, wait, now there's another one. Peggy Rome wants to speak. I'll promote her to the panel.
It would probably be good for everyone to go ahead and raise your hand and not wait so that Scott has you queued up.
Good idea. If you want to speak, raise your hand and leave it raised so we know. Peggy's coming to the panel now.
Actually, Steve.
Hello.
Oh, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you state your name and just city of residence?
Steve Ream. I'm a resident at 10240 Southeast Cambridge Lane. We're immediately adjacent to the property. And there's just a lot of things which have been said tonight, which I'd like to comment on. Imagine you, Mayor, and the councilman, those of you that, I imagine most of you do, who live in single-family residence. Maybe you live in condos, I don't know, but for those of you that do live in a single-family residence, consider the impact of taking the new building that's downtown Milwaukee, the brown one, adjacent to the light rail, and dropping that adjacent to your driveway, 30 feet away. 4 stories, 52 feet, blocks of sun in the morning. The privacy that we have now basically drops because there's balconies looking right at our house. The value of our properties, which is the most important thing we have, probably drops 20%. Now, this is a 10-acre site, and I'm not sure why all the large development has to be immediately adjacent to the residential development. Seems to me that there could have been a buffer. When you say we gave them 6 more feet, 6 feet, what does that do? I mean, I can raise my hands that far, that's 6 feet. It should have been 100 feet. And it should have been 2 stories going to 3 stories and 4 stories where there's not affected by anyone. So I just hope that you'll consider the effect on the residents of this large building that's going to be built 60 feet from our house. That's 20 yards. If you follow football, a 20-yard run takes 3 seconds. That's how far away it is. So that's just something I hope that you guys will consider. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Steve, can I ask a question before you go?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the map. I don't know if you have the packet in front of you, but it's the map on page RS 151.
Okay. No, I don't have it in front of me now, but I'm pretty familiar with it.
Okay. It shows the distances from the various points of all the houses that surround this development between the house and the apartment building. I'm not finding any that are, the nearest distance I'm seeing is 82 feet from building to building. I'm not sure where your house is that it's 30 feet away from a building.
No, what I think I said was our driveway was 30 feet away from the building. Our house was 62 feet, I thought.
Now, the nearest one is 82 feet. If you're this house kind of closest to the golf course, it's tough without. Usually in a real hearing, we would have this up on the wall and I could point at it and ask you, and it would make a lot more sense.
Okay, but Mr. Mayor, so let's say it's 82 feet.
Okay.
And there's a building that's 52 feet up. That far away. What's the difference between 50 feet, 80 feet? You've got a massive structure there with 4 stories and ground parking with residents that have balconies. It's a significant effect on our home ownership.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a question?
If I could, Mr. Mayor, I can bring up the drawing, if that's helpful for this conversation, if you'd like. I don't need to, but I can do that. And if I've identified where Mr. Ream's home is, I think I can on the plan, if that would clarify things for this conversation.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
That would be helpful because the page number the mayor used is not the page number I'm finding. You said RS 151.
Hang on. Yeah, RS 151. I'm using the packet that I made all my notes on, which was the packet from the first time we were going to do this hearing. I wasn't about to do all that all over again.
So this isn't from the packet, Mr. Mayor. This is from the presentation, but this is the drawing I think you were referring to. I hope you can see it on the screen. This plan here.
We're not seeing it yet. We're seeing you still.
Oh.
I'm not.
Switch your things, Mark.
Yeah, we can
There
also.
you go. Okay, now I'm seeing it.
Okay. So I think this is the diagram that you're referring to, and Mr. Ream, I think so. This is, I believe, the Stone property. Ms. Stone, who's also on the call here, and Mr. Ream, I think this is your property, if I'm interpreting our own mapping correctly. So I think this is the distance that the mayor was referring to. And Mr. Mayor, I don't mean to speak for you, but I think I have this.
If that is their house,
Yeah.
I was assuming it was the nearer one. So if that's their house, then it's 143 feet.
Yeah, this is the Stone's home here, that Gloria Stone that spoke earlier.
Okay.
You're saying it's 143 feet from our house to that building there?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, and that building is on a slope. So as you sit where we are, you look up at it. And it's 4 stories up top. So it's really probably, instead of 48 feet up top, it's from where we are at the bottom, it's probably 70 feet.
Yep.
It's a major impact.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Anybody else?
I'm not seeing any more hands, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thanks for doing that, Vera. Let me get back to the script. If there's no one else that wishes to speak in opposition, then does staff have anything to add which specifically addresses a question raised during testimony?
I don't have anything to add. I think the presentation speaks for itself. Thank you.
Usually, if I'm remembering other hearings, there's usually an opportunity for the applicant to.
Before you move on, can I ask Vera to clarify one thing?
Sure.
So Mrs. Stone said they've never been told the actual height. You know the actual height, and it's tough because it's the slope, but what's the actual height at the top of the slope and what's the actual height at the bottom of the slope?
It's 43 feet on when you're at the slope, sort of the upper part, right? And then on the lower part, it's 62 feet. And I know that Ms. Stone asked about mechanical equipment, and I believe, if I have this correct from the architect's team, that mechanical equipment is not going to be placed on the roof, or it's going to be within the roof, so it's not going above, it's not projecting above the roof.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think you're going to point out that our script doesn't call for a rebuttal from the applicant, but I am also recalling correctly that in the past that has been in the part of the script, so I apologize if that was omitted.
All right. Well, I'm glad I remembered it. Mr. Connors, do you have any, or Duncan, either one, do you have any rebuttal or thoughts about?
Yeah, so for the record, Mike Connors here on behalf of the applicant. I'll try to keep it brief. First of all, just to clarify a few issues, and I think Vera echoed some of these. The Romani's home is the home that's 143 feet. And so I think that's the evidence in the record's pretty clear that's the case. It's also important to understand that what orients towards our building from their property is their garage. And if you're looking at the A2 building is oriented towards the river, not towards their properties. The Stones are the property that's closest, 82 feet at one point, 97 at another. But again, similarly, our project orients towards the river, not towards those properties. And Vera, I think, verified something really important is, there's been some confusion on the height, but I think it's the confusion in people who don't, understand how heights work with the slope. It can be very confusing. But I think under the definitions under your code, what Vera just explained as the height is what the actual height is. But in terms of impacts on the Stones and the Romanis, it's 43 feet in height on that top part of the slope. So it's not the greater height. That takes into account the ridge line and the slope going down. And so, again, I understand, especially when you live next to undeveloped property, there's always going to be an impact when it's developed. But as I go back to what we covered in our presentation, the real rules that you need to apply here are the approval criteria. We believe that we've satisfied all the approval criteria. I understand that some of these neighbors don't necessarily want or like the development, but I don't believe that they've identified any particular approval criteria that we failed to meet. And we've tried really hard working with them to try to minimize those impacts. Conversations with both those parties, a large part of the reason that we moved our building 6 feet. 6 feet doesn't seem like a lot in terms of just overall measurements, but moving a building 6 feet is quite a bit. It's quite a bit of an undertaking. And that's on top of the fact that even before we moved it, we were well in excess of the setback. I mean, literally under the base zone, we could put the building 5 feet from the property line. And so we believe that what we're proposing, again, the plan development, the idea is it's a trade-offs. We believe it's a much better situation, even for these adjacent neighbors, than having a property that close that could go up to 35 feet. And again, we've worked with them to try to, not only show them that we do believe that there'll be screening that's there, but to provide additional plantings to enhance that screening. And that's what the code requires. It doesn't require that there be no visual impact. It doesn't require that it be invisible. What it requires is that you take things into consideration, use things like screening, orientation to try to minimize those impacts, and we believe that we've done that. And so try to look to see here whether there's anything else. I think that was it in terms of the issues they brought up that I wanted to make sure I responded to. But if you have any follow-up questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Kind of for Vera, so I don't see we have the distance from the building to the building, but not the, I mean, I know it was in the packet, but in 600 pages, I'm not going to be able to know where in the packet. What's the distance at the nearest point from the Stones line of sight, I guess, to the property line of building, what is it, A? Or the closest one there, that's 82 feet away, building to building, but property, on that property line, it looks like about 60 feet, be my guess.
That building it's closer to, I think it's 42 feet now from the property. So the setback of building A2, I think is 42 feet, if I'm looking at the site plan correctly. I can go back. It had been 36 and now it's 42 on their, or are you asking about the Stones setback?
No. You answered the question.
Okay.
So 42 feet, and what would be allowable by law, by our code, is 5 feet.
Correct. Yep.
So significant additional setback.
Well, I am actually interested in the Stones setback, if you know it.
I can, if you'll allow me to eyeball it off of our GIS, I can do that.
And I'm guessing, if I could just add in, doing the math, I believe it's approximately 47 feet.
Thank you.
The total distance is 89 feet from building to building. Whereas our setback is about approximately 42 feet. And then from there, I would assume that would be. And that's to the closest point. That's not a perpendicular wall. That's the closest point. The other closest point is 97 feet, building to building.
So it's their setback is 40. If
sounds about right. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Any other questions that anybody has of staff or of the applicant? No, not seeing any, and there's nobody else that wishes to testify. We passed that. Okay.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If there are no further questions, I will entertain a motion to close the public testimony portion of the hearing.
I'll move to close the public hearing on the Waverly Woods Plan development.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded to close the public hearing on the Waverly Woods Plan development. Is there any further discussion? Lisa, you look like you had a last question that you.
I did.
Well, we haven't voted, so ask away.
I had a question for Vera. There were comments about lighting and orientation of lighting, and was that addressed in any way?
There was a photometric plan that was submitted, and as well as additional narrative within their application materials that talked about meeting. I don't want to misquote, but I believe to the extent that all the lights would be downward facing, and they would meet our photometric design standards as far as light trespass over property lines, dark sky standards. All of those things were all discussed as part of their narrative application. So the photometric plan showed that they were going to meet all of those lighting standards. Yeah.
Thank you for doing that, Lisa. I forgot the question that I actually had, and it's probably for the applicant. The trail that's going to be built around through the woods, what level of public access is it? Is it only people in that particular part of your apartment complex, or everybody from, Cranberry on up in the apartment complex, or what? What is the level of access to that trail?
I can answer that, Mr. Mayor. It's all the folks in Waverly Greens. So there are 325 units, so all those folks would have access to the path.
Okay, thanks. That's pretty public. Thank you. All right, I have no more questions. Anybody else? Going once, going twice. All right, all those in favor of closing the public hearing? Aye. The public testimony portion of the public hearing on the Waverly Woods Plan Development File PD-2020-001 is hereby closed. Is there any council discussion?
Before council does that, I just want to note, Mr. Connors, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Rome, and Ms. Stone, I'm going to put you back in the audience, as this is the part of the meeting where it's just council discussing and they would have to reopen. So I'm moving them back. That's just a thing that I might see, so.
So, council discussion, anybody want to start off? Well, okay, I will break the ice. I think we all brought up the various questions and issues that we had from reading the packet and seeing the Planning Commission hearings. I think with those answered that this proposal meets our standards and exceeds them in multiple ways. I believe it creates a fair amount of public good, just surely in the fact that it's going to be building that many new units of housing. But on top of that, their determination to protect as many trees as possible, which with some developers I would not necessarily take that their word on it, but their development is throughout has a lot of trees in it, and they've worked hard to keep trees and plant trees, and I know that they understand the value. So I don't see the need to add any further, God, I've lost the word. Justin.
Conditions?
Thank you. Conditions, that was the word. Any further conditions than what the Planning Commission already proposed? So, anybody else, anything?
Yeah, I would say this application so far exceeds what would be required to be approved under this. And I haven't heard anything tonight that would require me to reject the Planning Commission's recommendation. And I don't wish, I think I'm really glad we had the conversations about all of the public benefits, but I don't, I guess part of my thinking here is we should move this along.
Yeah, the concerns about the height, another option would be for them to build more buildings closer to property lines, which they would be completely within their rights to do, to house as many people. So the amount of impervious surface would be increased, the number of trees cut down would be increased. They've done a really good job of condensing the development, to my eye, that protects much more of the property than could otherwise be within code. Lisa, Kathy, Desi, anybody, anything?
Sure, I have some comments if anybody else is. I mean, I'm generally in agreement. I'm a little troubled about the tree issue and the lack of an affirmative response from our arborist, but I do think the trees go to, you know, sort of what they're claiming as their significant public, you know, to the balance of the benefit. So I would have appreciated having that. I am concerned about how many trees they're removing. But all in all, I can't disagree. I think it's a well-designed development. I think, first I'd say give kudos to the Planning Commission for doing a good, thorough job of looking at it and kicking all the issues around. On the issue of affordable housing that the Planning Commission spent a fair amount of time on, I think, we need housing of all types in Milwaukee. It's the properties with views of the river like this and Coho Point. I mean, we're going to manage to get some affordable housing out of Coho Point because we are subsidizing that as the city, but generally these properties are going to be our higher revenue adding to our tax base properties, and they're very valuable to the city in that regard. I think this property, in addition to just generally adding to our tax base, it's not taking a tax abatement, which many of our projects do. It's paying our construction excise tax. So, I mean, it's I see lots of public benefit from it. I would say a couple of things to the neighbors. One is people who are, I will say this, I ride my bike or walk into Waverly usually about once a year. And I did it last spring when the tulips were blooming in the early days of COVID. And it's always, there's lovely gardens and everything. And it's always frustrated me that you can't go through on that road into the apartments. You ride your bike back there and you hit a dead end and you hit a fence and you can't go through. And so I was surprised to learn, or I was somewhat disappointed to learn from the comments here about this lawsuit back in the 70s that have required the closing of that, because I think that would be a great place for a bike ped connection. To allow Waverly residents to have a nice, easier walk to go to downtown or to Milwaukee Bay Park, as well as allowing people to go the other way. So that was a little disappointing to me. But on the issue of screening and trees and canopy, there are a ton of trees on that within the on the north side of the fence, in the private residence side, that are covered with ivy. And please preserve your own trees to preserve your own buffer. It's very easy to remove ivy from trees. You don't have to pull it all out of the trees. You just have to strip a strip around the trees. Google removing ivy from trees. There's a bunch of trees. I remember being back in there and thinking, oh, I'd really like to come pull the ivy off these trees because it drives me crazy. So in addition to the trees on the applicant's property, there are a lot of trees on the neighbor's property where they could be preserved by removing ivy from them or at least prolonged. So I would encourage neighbors to do that. But in the end, I agree. I think this is a good application and a good project for the city.
Yes, Ann.
Would you please extend the meeting for however long you think you need?
Well, let's just extend it to 11 just so that we don't have to do this again. And,
No, it is 11.
oh, it is 11.
You're going to have to go past that.
What do we have after this?
This is it.
Yeah.
You could just say 11:30 to pick a number. I don't.
All right, let's say, all right, somebody make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30, please.
I'll move to extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to extend the meeting to 11:30. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None heard. Passes
Thank
unanimously.
you.
All right. Thanks, Lisa. Anybody else? Kathy or Desi, anything to add?
I'll just echo what others have said. I feel like this is a good application. I feel like the developers did make a good faith effort to accommodate as much as they possibly could from the neighbors and to the neighbors. I will also, I do think it's appropriate to acknowledge that change is hard, and this feels like a big change. We have big change ahead of us in so many places that we can't choose right now. And that's just a challenge of being alive in the 21st century. And so I feel it. But I honestly feel like this development gives us an opportunity to address some of those negative changes in some positive ways. So I'm in favor of the development.
All right, well then I would entertain a motion.
Mayor, if I could, before you entertain a motion, one issue was earmarked for discussion, and that was requiring something beyond the PD approval. I think you addressed it a little bit earlier, but I wanted to make sure that we discussed it and had a decision, because I don't think that has been decided. And the Planning Commission, I believe, recommended that some form of dedication be involved, and I want to make sure that the record's clear. I believe you were indicating otherwise, but I want to make sure that that's clear for the record.
Yeah, so my understanding of all of that is that the plan development is with that dedication within the plan development is as powerful, if not more powerful, than any of the other ways other than them giving us the property to protect that property. That the effort to change that would be significant and greater than any of the other easements or other vehicles for doing that. So
I would agree with you. I would just say one way of understanding that is maybe illuminates it a little better is we're not imposing anything on them in terms of how they take care of their open space. They have come forward to us with a proposal to preserve and maintain the forest in a better capacity than it is today. And that will be enshrined within the public development approval. And so we couldn't enter into anything that gives us anything more than that. And that's already being done. So I'm in agreement with you.
Thank you for bringing that up, Justin. I had kind of spaced it.
And I believe that is condition 4B. So we'll have to make sure, if Vera could check that for me, we need to make sure that it goes into the record that condition is removed.
Got it.
And as we did in our earlier hearing, Mark, because there's a change, just make the motion as amended in the hearing.
okay. In that case, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move for the first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance adopting the final development plan and program for Waverly Woods, file number PD-2020-001, and amending the city's zoning map to add PD designation to the subject property as shown in Exhibit D, file number ZC-2020-001.
As amended during the.
I think that might be the next is that the next motion, Justin? I'm because I believe that has to do with the findings and of conditions of approval. So isn't that the next motion?
Correct.
Yeah. So that's fine.
Thank you.
I'll second.
It has been moved and seconded for the first and second readings by title only and adoption of the ordinance adopting the final development plan and program for Waverly Woods, file number PD-2020-001, and amending the city's zoning map to add PD designation to the subject property as shown in Exhibit D, file number ZC-2020-001. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously. Ms. Ober, would you please read the ordinance by title only twice?
An ordinance of the City of Milwaukee, Oregon, adopting the final development plan and program for Waverly Woods, file PD 2020-001, and amending the city's zoning map to add the PD designation to the subject property is shown in Exhibit D, file ZC 2020-001. Again, an ordinance of the City of Milwaukee, Oregon, adopting the final development plan and program for Waverly Woods, file PD 2020-001, and amending the city's zoning map to add the PD designation to the subject property is shown in Exhibit D, file ZC 2020-001.
Mr. Stoffer, would you please poll the council?
Council President Heisey.
Aye.
Councilor Falconer.
Aye.
Councilor Beatty.
Aye.
Councilor Nicodemus.
Aye.
Mayor Gamba.
Aye.
Motion carried 5-0. Ordinance 2200.
All right. I would entertain a motion on the final decision.
I can do that. I move to approve the final decision and order for the proposed plan development, lot line adjustment, Willamette Greenway review, transportation facilities review, and zoning map amendment as addressed in the recommended findings, conditions of approval, and other requirements as amended during this hearing.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the final decision and order for the proposed plan development, lot line adjustment, Willamette Greenway review, transportation facilities review, and zoning map amendment as addressed in the recommended findings, conditions of approval, and other requirements as amended during the hearing. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None heard. It passes unanimously.
Before you go on, I would just like to say that that last bit we discussed about removing the condition, I agree that that was appropriate here. I don't want that to be read as a position that we could never impose such a condition. I tend to disagree with the city attorney's read of the ordinance on that, and I do think we have the right to impose such a condition. I just did not feel like it was called for here. I thought we had enough protection with what we had, but I don't want that to be read as some kind of precedent for other applications.
I believe the code does give us the right to do it. Nothing I've said do I mean to imply that we don't have the right to do it. I would agree that in this case it's not necessarily advantageous.
All right. LUBA appeal information. Any party withstanding may appeal the decision of the City Council to the State Land Use Board of Appeals according to the rules adopted by that board. The written decision will contain an explanation of the appeal rights. If you have questions, please call the Planning Department staff. All right, council reports. Anybody have anything? there was there's one bill in Salem that only came to my attention pretty recently that I'm intending to testify in support of, and I wanted to check with all of you, and I had it in front of me, and now I don't. Senate Bill 395, if I'm, Kelly, are you still on? She and I have been batting back and forth. What the bill does is changes the...
You woke her up. She's up.
I wasn't awake. I was just sitting on the couch. Do you want me to say what it does?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Senate Bill 395, I believe it's been put forward by the Street Trust as the primary advocate. It's Senator Przansky down in Eugene, Springfield is the primary sponsor. And under state law currently, 1% of any of the gas tax funds that are spent need to go towards bike improvements. It's bike bill provision. So this would change it to 5%. And it would actually expand it. Right now, that provision applies to modernization or expansion projects, not general maintenance projects. So it would apply it to both expansion projects and maintenance projects. And so go from 1 to 5% and expand the list of eligible projects is what the bill would do.
Yes, and it also expands to pedestrian projects, not just bike. For us, it makes zero difference. We get the same amount of money coming from the state gas tax. We currently split that out. It's a little 1%. We put into one of our bike, infrastructure projects that we have going. This would add 4% to that, and we would easily absorb that in all the projects we have. Where it actually makes a difference is in the bigger region. And I'm going to be pulling this a little bit from memory. When I was the alternate on JPAC, we saw this information, and I had made myself notes. So we have a transportation system plan region-wide, right? And we have figured out at current spending levels how long it will take to build out the transportation system for each of the different modes. So cars, transit, and then bike ped. Those are sort of the three buckets that they break it up into. For automobiles, the $20.9 billion worth of infrastructure would be built out at current spending levels in 51 years. For transit, the $5.1 billion in transit infrastructure would be built out at current spending levels in 35 years. For the bike ped, $1.8 billion at current spending levels will be built out in 230 years. So we have all these various goals in our state talking about climate. We have all these various goals talking about reducing vehicle miles traveled of single occupancy vehicles, but we do not invest like we mean any of those goals. Never have. This would be one small step towards actually investing the way we set our goals. So it would cause ODOT, it would cause the county, it would cause places like that to actually start to build out some of the projects that are sitting there on their plans right now that just never have money to build. It would cause them to do that. That's why I think it's useful, because our citizens ride their bikes or walk outside of the city of Milwaukee, and while we are on track to build out our entire system in the next 9 years, none of the rest of the region is even close. So I'm intending to support this personally, one way or the other, but if the rest of council agrees, I would happily testify that the city of Milwaukee.
no objection to that. I'm in support of that. I guess while we've got a moment of quiet, I will say that I do feel like there's a lot of legislative stuff that we need to be discussing, and we always have it at the end of a long night, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't add some time to add an extra half hour or 45 minutes to next week's study session. Our study sessions were originally 3 hours, and we've cut them back to 2. But I do feel like there's a lot of legislative stuff we need to be discussing, and we're losing, and we haven't really had the opportunity to discuss.
Happy to do it. Just so you know, we did take over a portion of the night to be the MRC because we lost that in our last meeting. So typically I've been asked by council to only have one agenda item or one topic that we're covering. We already have increased that to 2. I'm happy to make it 3, but I would love some direction from you all.
I think that's good. There are a lot of bills. I've been trying to keep you guys updated at least on what the Metro mayors have been engaged on, and even that is a fraction of what's out there, but it's the bills that we could reach consensus on. But there's certainly other bills that I believe this council would support. And it is useful to the legislators to hear from cities that the bill that they're seeing is a good idea from the city perspective. They often wonder that, and if no cities testify one way or the other, they don't know. And the LOC does some of that, but the LOC's perspective tends to be more conservative than ours is because of the mix of cities in the state. So I agree with Lisa, and I would love to have some time added on the study session to have that conversation. And if any of you have bills that you think we should talk about, please bring those with you. Anybody else in agreement that we should support this bill?
I'm fine with supporting it. I believe supporting does not mean we're leading the charge on it, right? This is just letter of support, general. You'll testify. Yeah. No, I think
it's just me being able to say the city of Milwaukee rather than just the old raggedy ass mayor.
Yeah. No, it definitely supports our climate goals.
Cool. Angel, Desi, any thoughts? Good? All right, cool. Then I will testify that the city of Milwaukee supports it. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
What? It's only 11:12.
Sure, we still have 18 minutes. We could.
I move that we adjourn.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Excellent job, everyone. Thank you. It's been a long but very productive night.